There it goes. Okay. Now, what I'm concerned with, let's get some music. That doesn't sound very Skyrim-y. There we go. Okay. So we have a... There was a problem. Oh, let me hop on Discord. There we go. Okay, so I had a problem. Okay, so we had a problem here, and I went to bed. Okay. So I'm getting an error when it goes to render. Proxy media. Lower resolution versions of original footage. Proxy status purple. Only proxy media is available. The original resolution is missing. Okay. It's probably because I accidentally deleted some stuff and then I had to restore it. You can manage proxy usage by adjusting the proxy handling settings. Switching between proxy and original media. Go to the top right corner of the viewer in the edit page. Alright, let's move this over here. Go to the top right corner of the viewer in the edit page. Okay, edit. Top right corner. Okay. Click on proxy handling. Go to the top right corner of the viewer. Is this the viewer? Well, that doesn't make any sense. Click on the proxy handling icon. Okay. There's an icon. I get an error when I try to render stuff, and I think we can fix this with a setting. This website that I'm looking at is taking forever to load. Okay. give me more detailed instructions for allowing the project to use proxy media when rendering. Open up your media pool. Look for the clips marked with the PXI icon. If some clips are missing proxies, shows proxy generation settings. Set playback proxy preference, optional but useful while editing. At the bottom of the screen, click the Deliver tab. In the Render Settings panel on the left, scroll down to find the Advanced Settings sections. Okay. That's more like it. Okay. Deliver. Okay. In Render Settings panel on the left, scroll down to find Advanced Settings sections. Okay. Advanced Settings sections. Okay. Click the box that says Use Proxy Media if available. I guess it's just that one. Okay. All right, now let me see if this will render. Okay, test. Test render video. Coder NVIDIA. Okay. One or more clips have missing or offline source frames. If you continue, these frames will be rendered with a media with an online graphic. Okay. Let's see here. Add the render queue. Whoops. Save. Okay. Okay. I've got a problem. The problem is I tried to render a video, and one of the files that had made it into the project media was added from my desktop. From my desktop. Okay, it was added. Project was added, you know, with the file location being on my desktop and not the folder all the other assets are in. I deleted the file on the desktop because I thought I had moved it into the project file folder with everything else. Okay, I then tried to render the project and it aired out on me, saying that you know, media is offline. So then I figured out my mistake, restored the file from the recycling bin, put it in the right folder, and resynced media location to those offline clips. Now for some reason it says that it's a proxy file, and even though I've resynced media and there are no clips offline, it still gives me this error. Let's go over here. Let's go to media. Okay. What do I need to do so my project will use the files I restored? There is no difference in quality. I'm not sure how they got labeled. Proxy media. I just want to be able to render my video. Help me. Okay, when you deleted the clip from the desktop, Davinci lost track of the original file. You restored the file and relinked it, but now Davinci thinks the proxy version is the available file. Proxies are supposed to be lower quality stand-ins for original media. When you try to render, Resolve detects that your timeline still references proxy files instead of the original clip and warns you that some frames might be offline or proxy only. Even though you see your footage and it looks fine, Resolve is trying to render proxy links, which could cause issues like lower quality output, missing frames, render errors. How to fix it properly. Locate the problem clips. In your media pool, right click on the clip that was deleted and restored. Select Reveal in Storage Media. This should show whether Resolve thinks the file is proxy or original. Okay. Come on in.
So I got the groceries.
Oh, they're here already?
I'm gonna go get an energy drink real quick.
Okay, let me. Okay, awesome. Oh yeah, let me. Hang on, y'all. Groceries are groceries here. My roommate got most of them. I want to make sure he gets everything. Sorry about that, y'all. Give me just a second. It's just a couple more minutes and putting all the groceries away. We just got our groceries delivered, and now I gotta put them all in the fridge. They weren't supposed to be here for like another 3 hours. Not that I'm complaining. Not that I'm complaining. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, and we're back. Sorry about that. I do apologize. I had expected that delivery to be here in about 3 or 4 hours. I didn't mean to start the live stream and then suddenly just jump up and go. That's my bad. Okay. Oh well. Okay, so where were we? Okay. Locate your problem clips. In your media pool, right click on one of the clip. Okay, this is one. Reveal in media storage. Okay, there it is right there. Right click the problem clip, select proxy media, unlink proxy media. Okay. Select proxy media, unlink proxy media. Well, wait a sec. All right, fine. So media. Right click, select proxy media, unlink proxy media. This forces Resolve to stop treating that clip as a proxy and look at it as an original media again. Okay. Fight, establish, fight, okay. So not relink proxy media. What about just relink media? Relink selected clips, maybe? That's it. That's the problem. I linked the wrong thing. Okay, that's what we do. Okay, so I should have chosen relink selected clips. Instead, I chose relink proxy media. That's my fault. So we need to once again unlink proxy media. Unlink proxy media. There we go. All right, now we right click and we will relink selected clips here. Thank you. There we go. Let's save, because I think that took care of everything. Okay, so now I should be able to render this just fine. Test render, MP4, NVIDIA. Okay, cool. Let's give it a render. And let's take a look at it. Let's take a look at what we got so far. We're going to let it go all the way through this real quick. Hey, Swanty. Oh, we got to change that. That color, that yellow color isn't orange enough. I want that yellow. Oh, we got to get that flyby shot. Okay. Now we got our file. Let's take a test. We'll take a look at that in just a second. Where did it go? Test render right there. That's the one. So let me mute the music. in the background. Okay. I just this is part of the process. I just rewatch these clips 100 times. Okay. It's turning out pretty good. It's turning out all right. No, we can move on. I don't need to. I'm trying to get this video done. That's a really good decapitation. It's worthy of a guitar solo. I'll put a nice big violent decapitation in my music video. Fuck yeah. Okay. So now it's like, all right, so we got the thing done. Now I'm just imagining, where do we go from here? So we got everything fixed. I think we're going to get a bunch more landscape shots right here. Do we do... and then switch. Oh, we just do it on the drum beat instead of the guitar. It'll be da da da, one there. Da da, yeah. If anything, there's. All right, let me redo this part. It's dun dun dun. Yeah, it is. It is 3 beats, but I only want to do the last one. So. And then there's 3 right there. Did I misclick that? Shit. Okay, I like that one better. All right, well, let's put something there instead of... All right, what do we got? Why don't we try this one? Yeah, let's do this one. Okay. How you doing today, Swan Team? I'm just like I'm very very engrossed in this. I'm glad I got this thing fixed. And I'm glad I know what I did wrong, so I won't do it again. I feel like let me see here. All right, I'm just gonna do this to see what it looks like. So, what arrangement is it? So that's the last one. So let's change that to a different color. Okay. So now Oh my gosh. All right. Let's do that. And then we'll get rid of this one. And then we'll blend that and that. Actually, let's blade all the way over to here. Let's delete a good chunk of it. Okay, so this should like pop with the drum beat now. I don't know if I like that. What good? What, I don't know. Is that? It's fine. I mean, it's all scenic. Let's I think if I'm gonna do that, I may as well have all the drum beats in there. I'm worried about it looking over edited. Okay, let's do this. Let's delete that again. Okay, there's the whole shtick right there. It starts over here. Okay, so it's right there. So yeah, that's even better. Okay. Oh yeah, I haven't even paid attention. It's Monday. I'm focused on getting this thing out, and then I'm supposed to. In fact, while I'm thinking about it, okay. I'm just checking my email, my work email. Bunch of LinkedIn stuff. That recruiter I talked to last week hasn't messaged me yet, so if I don't hear from him by end of day tomorrow, I will ping him. I should probably go apply for a couple more jobs anyway. Do that later today, I suppose. And then it looks like my former boss, the guy, he actually quit and moved on to another company. And he just sent me a message on LinkedIn, so maybe there's an opportunity over there. I'm sure he'd like to have me as an employee again. I liked working for the guy. Okay, so there's nothing really outstanding this second that I need to stop what I'm doing to focus on, so we're fine. Okay. So this is going. That's 2. Yep, that's it. Okay. We'll probably have to. I did get a bunch of food, so I'm gonna have to start recording stuff and posting it on Instagram. I don't know what else to do. I'm not very good at social media. All right, well, let's go. We've got to get all the way over to here, so. Okay. Okay, that's better. Okay, I think we need to redo these two. I guess these are slightly off. Like, I'm not too happy with these. Okay, text replace. Alright, we gotta get that footage. We'll do that. Oh, this clip isn't long enough. Ooh, we can make it long enough. Maybe we splice like 3 of them together. Maybe we just oscillate between 2 different ones. Maybe everything comes to an end. Hey, Phoebus. Oh, is this the... Oh, yes, this is it, actually. There we go. Let's make that more orange. There we go. We could try this one. This one does like a huge pan over. So if we start here. Okay, so let's have a clip change here. Thanks. Let me know when you're back, Phoebus. I did some writing last night. Oh shit. Okay. This has got to be the easier way to do it. Yeah, keep going. Keep doing it. Let's see how it looks. Whoops. Almost Okay. That looks terrible. Yeah, three beats. That seems good. What's the symbols? Okay. So we probably just need another like pass by over here. We need like a really impressive one, I think. Excuse me. And I think it would be good to because this is like a really cold kind of feel, and I think it'll look good to juxtapose something with a much more green. Yeah, this one. This was a really good scenic clip. Yeah, let's leave that one right there. Oh shit. Don't do that. What's going on here? Did these get linked? No. Let's see. Okay. I'm on the fence about. I mean, what I'm listening to the music over and over again. I'm trying to think what else could go here. Weapons clashing to the beat. Yeah, that would be that would take a hell of a lot of time. I mean, what if we got rid of this one, maybe use it later, and then since this is a nice long clip, I could do the same thing that I did for this one. So these are both like going in to something. So this one can do the same thing. And then when we get over here, we can maybe do like some combat or something again, because so this would be like in the little temple here, and then this will be this beautiful place in the woods, and then but yes, it would be awesome. Okay, let's do that. Well, it's just a nice long clip, ain't it? Okay. Okay, now there's certainly enough here. Okay. The other option is I can intersplice 2 or 3 different clips together. No, we don't need to do that. We gotta let the eye follow the stuff. Okay, so I'm basically going to chop this down to right here. Whoa, don't do that. There. Hey, Bolly. That works. That works. Okay. Let's go right there. Yeah. Work on the game, some of the game making stuff after I get this project across the finish line. This project is like ramping up, and I've been talking about it and all that kind of stuff, and it's almost like this is almost over. So like I'm working on like the music video right now, and then we'll get this done, and I'll switch over to some of the Unreal Engine stuff, probably for the Star Wars project actually. Because there's some easier things to figure out from the video production side of things instead of the gaming side of things. So I'll probably do that first, and then we'll go back over to the game dev stuff. And it's just a matter of time. It's just studying, following tutorials, and learning by doing. And as soon as I can wrap my head around the whole motion matching technology and its features and how to configure it and all that kind of stuff, we'll have a nice movement system. And there's an insane amount of high-powered tools available. What used to take an entire department in a company can now be done by one person with a couple of clicks. I just got to learn which clicks those are in the program, and we will. It's a matter of time. Hey, Deathforge, welcome to the stream. I'm kind of... What else do we need? We need... Here, let me just give it... Let's just see it from one time, from the top. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, fuck me. Oh, damn it. The whole thing's screwed up. Let's see. File. Open recent project. I don't think I saved it yet. Open up. I really screwed up. Fuck me. I can fix it. It's just... Yeah, no, I caught the... I can't control Z because I probably screwed something up last night when I was tired. So this like Sons of Skyrim music thing here. Oh wait, shit. Go back. Maybe that's okay. Maybe that is okay. Oh, thank goodness. Oh my gosh. All right, so this is what happened. This audio clip down here got shortened up like that. And I had assumed that I had moved the audio clip like further down, and all I needed to do was just kind of drag it back out. But now I see what's wrong. So now it all matches up again. Everything's okay. I was afraid I was going to have to fix this part over here and then redo everything further down the line, but I don't have to. So let me just save file, save as, save project. Okay. All right. So I just want to see this from the top. I'm trying to figure out which visuals I'm going for next. I think we're going to move back to like characters, but I need to visualize. Yeah, that works. Okay, I am happy with that. Yeah, we did. I did get the kill cam working. We did overcome that small obstacle there. So now, all right, and this is just more adventuring stuff. What's gonna go there? That needs to be one of those nice big like aerial shots. Maybe that one. Oh, that's a good one. We should use that one. Yeah, I guess it's just going to be scenery stuff for a little bit. And then we'll go back to the character because this is all like This is going to be landscape. Landscape stuff. Okay, and this is where we'll go back to the combat right here. And got a couple of ideas. And then for the guitar solo, we need somebody getting we need a kill cam animation of somebody using like lightning or something, because it just looks really cool to like finish somebody off. Okay, so okay, I guess that we just hold to the pattern of going along with the beat here. It's not too much, is it? This way you get to see even more of the clip. Like you can see the trail longer. I kind of like how this gets us through it faster. Let's go look at what we got really quick. Okay, we can get rid of that. I know. Let me find all of my clips where I have where I have an opportunity to do transition wipe because of this. So I could put a transition wipe either right there. I think I'm going to do it towards here at the end. Right. So if I time it right, as it's coming by, it'll load the next scene on this side. It'll look really cool. So yeah. Okay, if I do this right. We got nighttime. Let's do a cloudy day. This one's pretty good. Oh, actually, we've got a lot of scenic stuff. Why don't I use this bridge? This nice foggy bridge. Yeah, let's do that. Hey, Yard Priest, welcome. The editing's going. It's going. We're what are we up to now? We're at a minute and 15, I think. So and it's total of 3 minutes. So we're almost halfway done. Editing the video, and I'm getting excited because it's turning out as it's turning out damn close to how I had hoped. And I can't, I really hope that this is. I really hope people like this video, because like this video is dedicated to everybody who ever sent me a message over like YouTube, back when you could do YouTube messages, or Twitch, or whatever. People would drop me a line and say, "Hey man, really like your content, miss you, wish you'd make stuff again." This is for y'all, basically. I need to put that in a video somehow. Dedicated to all the fans or something. Yeah, we'll figure something out. But things are proceeding. I think this is a good shot. Okay, we'll fix that later. That's a reminder for that being there. Here, let's put it over the timeline so I remember to do it. I gotta change I gotta re-render this clip. I pre-rendered this clip to be able to have timing controls on the Sons of part, because it's an animation preset, and if you try to change the length on it, it causes a black screen. So I had to like go ahead and generate the text and render it, and then I chroma keyed out the black, and then slowed the clip down so it could be as long as I needed it to be, at the speed that I needed it to be. Now, let me listen to this. Let's get something going up into the air. Maybe this one? Well, let's get that transition. Excuse me. Let's get that transition right. Is it a slide? No. Is it a push? Push from the wrong side. Center wipe. No. Clock wipe. No. Do what now? That's trippy. Okay. Well, that doesn't look good with the thing. I don't. So this is going the wrong way. Maybe I can change this. Properties of the slide. Okay, here it is. Preset left, right. Let's go right to left. There we go. Okay. No border. No motion blur. Feather. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. How about that? Left to right, right to left. There we go. Hey, Noob Fever, welcome to the stream. We're doing good. We made a lot of progress the last couple of days. I'm getting excited for this to come out. I'm trying to take advantage of this transition thing here, but I just don't think what I ought to do. I ought to try to go right there. Okay, there we go. You'll see it. Oh, wait. Okay, let's bring this up here, or actually, there we go. just fade it over. Okay. Whoops. There we go. And then a fade over on something. This one. Okay, we need like a nice big, like, awesome hero shot. Maybe that one. Oh, that's the one. Because it comes through them trees. Oh, through the grass and stuff. Additive dissolve, let's do that. Let's do additive dissolve again. Oh, let's speed that up ever so slightly. There we go. Okay, let's do that one. Well, undo. Come on, you can get it. You can get it next. You can do this. You've done it before. Okay, that's what we wanted right there. Oh, you walked for a whole 90 minutes? That's pretty good, man. I need to get my lazy butt up and do that. Okay, so that should do it. Yeah, and then we switch over to something else. Okay, I do believe we are over halfway done. Okay, I think we need to let me go grab something to drink real quick, and do a quick bio, and then we need to hop in and we got to record. I need to re-record this shot using Lorem, and then we're gonna have to do some more combat stuff. Yeah, so. Okay. Thanks, New Pew. Yeah, let me get up and get going real quick. I'll be right back. Okay. Okay, I'm going to re-render this one. Open file location. We're going to cut it out of here. And we're going to put it in the Skyrim project right there. And then we come over to edit, actually media. And we're going to drag and drop that file into here. There it is. Now we go back over to edit. And we go to media pool. And what did I just call that? Sons of title. Sons of... There it is. Okay. So now we can unlink these clips. Doesn't matter. Okay. So here's that. Alright, now, if I play my cards right... Alright, now let me... Let's bring this over here. Alright, now where is it? It's right there, that's it. Alright, so I want to copy clip attributes. New complex, new fusion clip, render in place, copy, remove attributes, retime controls, open in fusion page, reset fusion composition, create reference media, clip color, generate optimized media. Okay. Okay, this one has a change the clip speed, I guess. Change clip speed 65. Okay, let's do that. Okay. Okay, so I need to go here. And I need chroma key that. So let's go color, qualifier, what the hell is that? Edit. Now why is the text doing that all of a sudden? When did that start happening? What the fuck is all this? I can't. There's nothing infuriates me more than having to go back and change something that was already good. God damn it. I can't believe I have to do this part over again. Maybe it's just an error. Maybe fine, fuck it. Let's relaunch and see if that does anything. If not, we'll delete it and start over. Not everything, but we'll delete that clip. I don't know. I don't dye my beard, but I have used some peroxide gel to whiten it, because otherwise it looks a little yellow. Especially if you get barbecue sauce spilled in it. So I'm reloading Davinci Resolve in hopes that this fixed that text issue, and if not, I'm going to have to redo that part. Okay, so there's still something really messed up with the text here. I guess what we're going to do is we'll get rid of the Sons of Skyrim. And let's move this over here. Okay, this is going to be change clip speed. 65, change. Okay, so that's Sons of Skyrim, got that. Okay, so let's get rid of this. Let's go to titles. 3D. Okay. Really confused now. Oh, it's over here. That's why. That's why I can't find it. It's over here. That's the one right there. Okay, so it's that one. All right, now what else did I screw up? Let's see here. Okay. Color. Eye drop. There it goes. Okay. That's better. Shadow. Morph radius. Mid-tone. There we go. Oops. Okay, so this is going to be Skyrim. There we go. There, that's better. See, it like the light was all screwed up on the other one for some reason. I want to change the color to gray. Okay, and now we want bevel depth, reflection, settings. Bevel depth. That's That's too big. Right there, that looks good. Text roll, text pivot, reflection. Okay, we'll go with bold. It flies out, okay. Oh wait, shit. More gray. Deeper gray. Should go down a little bit. There. Oh, that's right. I shortened this part up. Well, maybe we go here. Okay, I think that's better. That's where we want to be again. Now I don't like how this stuff's flickering here in the background. How do I... Oh, that's right, color. Okay. Clicked on this, got edit. We've got... I don't know how that's working like that. There it is. Okay. Let's try that again. Yeah, there's something going on with the color. Clean Clean white. Blur radius. It's not doing anything. Post filter. Denoise it? Oh, thanks. Let me turn off the BRB. Thank you. Get your beard caught in a zipper. You got to be careful. You really do. You gotta be very careful. I think I'm actually gonna. I think I'm gonna cut off about 6 inches of it because job interviews and stuff. I'll just have it as a normal size beard. I'll look a little more professional. I don't like how all that stuff's flickering right there. Alright, let me delete this. Or no, backspace. Let's go back to the media. What was the name of the file again? It was Sons of Text. Sons of Text. Recolor. Right here. Let's unlink the clip. Let's change the speed to 65. Change. That's best. Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay, now let me look at the instructions for tell me again how to use the color tab to chroma key out. Okay, so I'm just gonna follow the instructions again because I feel like I didn't do something right. So here, we're gonna go to color, add an alpha output. Let's do that first. It's right there. Huh. Edit. Oh, it's already got an alpha output apparently. Remove all attributes. Okay, that's not going to work. Okay. All right, so I think I just failed to delete this one. Okay, so now there is the Sons of. Where's the 3D text that was here a second ago? It even says Skyrim, and now there's something missing. What the fuck is going on? All right, one step at a time. I don't know why shit's suddenly getting so hard all of a sudden. Okay, so we're gonna go to color and add the alpha output. Okay. Okay, so the qualifier on the toolbar, click the qualifier. It looks like an eyedropper. In the qualifier settings, make sure you are on the third icon, the one for HSL, hue, saturation, luminance. Okay, yeah. Select the color on your eyedropper tool. Okay. Okay, reverse it. There we go. All right, now. So widen the color range too. Okay. Okay. Okay, that looks a lot better. Let us go here. And let's move this up. Okay. Okay. And let's just get rid of this. And let's go to Effects, 3D Text Zoom, this one right here. All right, let's save. File, save project. All right, let's see. I can't believe I had to do all that stuff over again. Okay. Ambush note to myself. What do you mean ambush note? Oh, replace figure. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so we got to record that. Yeah, it's there. It is absolutely there. So I replaced the shot. It just takes a long time to load up the mod packs. So I try to go in with a plan. In fact, what I ought to do here is let's go to delivery. Let's see what we got. Rough draft 1 on the desktop. It works. Okay. So far, so good. So far, so good. Now, one of the things that I also saw is that I don't like how the camera moves on that bridge shot. It instead of it being cinematic, it reminds you that there's somebody playing a game. and I'm afraid it takes me out of the immersion anyway. So what I want to do is can we do a better job of this? Can we do that? Oh, we're in deliver. Let's get to edit. Okay, there we go. Yeah, let's have you go right there. And let's do that. And then you gotta come on over here. Okay, and then we want the side wipe. We want the slide. And we want that to be right to left. Okay, I think that's it. Just a little bit more. Right there, maybe? Okay, yeah. Okay, good. Okay, let's get rid of this bridge shot. Okay, this is pretty wild. Let's use this one. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's turning out good. I'm getting happy. This video is dedicated to everybody who's sent me a kind message over the years. let's use this one. Let's go ahead. This is a good pan over shot. Let's go ahead and chop this up. And that one right there. Okay. All right, let's let's save. We're gonna go ahead and load up Skyrim, and I need to get. I've been envisioning some vampire hunter versus vampire stuff right here. So we're gonna see if we can't find all the Dawn Guard stuff, some of the Dawn Guard stuff, and then spawn in vampire or something like that, and then get some footage of everybody fighting and all that kind of stuff. Okay. So let's just save this just in case. So that's all saved. Here's Lorem. I'm gonna go ahead and load her up. There we go. And that's gonna take a second to load. So give me. I'll be right back in like 5 minutes. Quick bio, and we'll sit down and get some more footage. Oh damn! It's still loading. So this is why I try to I try to get a bunch of stuff done while I've got it loaded up. So I think we've got enough of the scenic shots and things like that. We got to hook them in with a bunch of action now, and we got to escalate. So we need vampire hunter versus vampire, and then towards the end we need to dress up a character as with the traditional iron armor and make him look like a Nord and all that stuff, and then fight a dragon. Because yeah. Ooh, I could also try to spawn in like a Spriggan. I need to find like a wooded grove area and spawn in a Spriggan because they look pretty cool. Okay. Hey, thanks for stopping by, Swansea. Can you rate my video? I need your feelings about where I can give you a link. First time chatter. Hold on, let me see here. Copy link address, and just in case it's for YouTube, huh? Okay, let me take a look. Let's get rid of that, and let's get rid of the middle monitor, and let me take a chance and open this YouTube link. Kanye West getting out of dreams. Okay, well, I'm glad I hit mute. I don't think we have the rights to play Kanye West's music. Okay. What is it that you want to know about the I mean, it looks like a music video. Did you edit this? Where did you get all the footage? Did you actually record with Kanye, or did you take it from other productions? Okay. I think we can just continue. I don't know how long that person was wanting. I didn't look at chat in time. They probably already took off. Thought I was ignoring them. Sadly, I guess in a way I was. I did not intentionally though. I was just hyper focused on the music video stuff and didn't look over at chat until just now, when somebody was asking for some stuff. Okay, now here. Oh, that's right. I wanted to get some footage with the butterflies. Hold on. There we go. Middle monitor. Got it. Okay, I'm going to hide my webcam. And we're going to get some footage with all these massive amounts of butterflies. Okay, so we're going to do that's a bit too slow. Okay, and I'll slow it back down. No, don't do that. Don't break my immersion by landing on things incorrectly. What if we did this? Did that. Oh, go down a little bit. Can you do it without clipping? Yeah. Yes. There we go. All right. Start recording. Click in here. Yeah, it's a damn good shot. That was a damn good shot. I remember why I saved over here. I was getting really tired, but I wanted to get a shot like this. All right, turn the menus back on. Kill the free cam. Okay. Okay. How do I teleport to the Dawn Guard keep? Okay. Let us first QA smoke. Oh, COC QA smoke. So we're going to teleport ourselves to the QA place. Dragonborn. Looking for Dawn Guard. What do we got? Tanning rack, books, armor, miscellaneous, staff, soul gems, ammo, scrolls, all ingredients. What's this? Dollars. Dawn Guard. Okay. Dawn Guard weapons and armor. Perfect. Okay. Alright, so if we toggle God mode, I can carry as much stuff as I want. Take Dawn Guard armor, Dawn Guard boots, crossbow, gauntlet. Dragonbone, Dwemer, Falmir, Moth Priest, Reflecting Shield. Let's take that Steel Kuros. Okay, here we go. We got Vampire. Okay, cool. Alright, let's see what this type of stuff looks like. Dawn Guard. Okay, Dawn Guard heavy helmet. Dawn Guard armor. Yeah, there we go. Dawn Guard like Kuros. Vampire. Okay. You look like a vampire hunter. Yeah, there we go. How do we get that, what is this thing he's carrying? Oh, it's this thing. Pelvis hip bone. Drop that. I can't drop it? Quest item locked by Mind of Madness. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, let's leave it for now. We'll mess with it later if we need to. Let's check out the Dawnguard Fort. So we're going to go to the console. LC1 Vampire Castle. Exterior 01. Hey Ladwiz, I can't because it's like a Kanye song. I probably can't like listen to it while I'm live streaming. So the editing looks decent. Like he used a bunch of transitions, but I couldn't tell if it was going along with the music or not because, like I said, I'm live streaming. Is that a snowman? It's a fucking snowman. Somebody put a snowman. Well, I was hoping there. Let's keep going. Maybe.
You're not welcome here.
Oh, he got like red eyes. He probably a vampire. Okay, there we go. Oh, there's a bunch of ships wrecked everywhere. I've never been over this area. Okay. Okay, there's too much snow. Okay. Where else did we go? Hmm. I'm not sure what to do.
Need something?
Oh, here we go. Okay. Where are we?
The Rifle High King.
Oh, now it's all foggy. No, I can't. That's not a good spot. Let's see. Okay, it didn't teleport me there. Fuck. Let's go. Elder Sanctuary Exterior. Command to summon a Spriggan. Okay, location. Oh. What's going on here? What the hell is that? What's going on? Why is this on fire? This tree is on fire. Okay, so there's a bear over there. Got like some hot springs. Okay, that's better. We got some of these springs and stuff. Oh, here we go. This is what I was looking for. There we go. She got a bikini on? Okay, good. We gotta get some. There we go. I bet you didn't know there were people sunbathing in Skyrim, did you? Is that the way to do it? Come back this way. What if we do a flyby of the Twin Towers? There we go. Okay, I like that. Let's start recording. Let's hide the webcam. Let's click into here. Let's toggle menus. And now we'll go. Oh, let's go this way. So I'm trying to get all this reflection stuff down here. Okay. And I'm back. Okay. Oops. Got it. Okay. Okay, now we can move around a little bit. Okay. Okay, I increased my speed. I want to look around for, oh, that could be a good shot. Okay, there we go. I'm just looking around for a place. In fact, I guess I need to make my way back to where the scene stones are and stuff. Let's see, where are we here? Oh, this is all wintry. Oh, I guess we gotta go around. Can I teleport over there? Where do I need to go? Yeah, let's teleport over there instead of walking. Okay, good. I guess we need to go from like right here. No, there's still some flickering back there. I can still see shader flickering over there. It pisses me off. Come on now. Okay, that's not looking good. Oh, alright. Going from this side. Where is it? Oh, I closed it. What exactly was that shot that I needed to get again? Okay, over the lake. Okay. I've already got a shot like this. Okay. Forget it. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be fine right there. Okay, there we go. That's a good shot. Okay. Stop recording. All right, now let's I did want to get, I gotta find like a grove kind of deal. What's over this way? Whoa. Well, fuck it. Let's go down here and see what's down here. Loaded man's grotto. Oh, wow. Look at all this.
You want. It's a fight you're gonna get. Let's see what you've got. I'll rip your heart out. I'm gonna add your skull to my collection.
I have plenty of this stuff. I need to set up stuff where there's like fighting. Let's go over here. It's a ghost. It's a ghost. Oh, there's ghosts everywhere.
I'm sorry.
go. No. Where is... Give me 5 different bush forest places to teleport to. Okay, let's try this one. COC, shadow, green, cavern, exterior 01. Hey. Swifty's growing a beard. Well, that's good. We're working on the Skyrim music video right now, and as soon as it's done, we'll get it posted. We'll get Swifty's reaction, and I'll reach back out to him. I kind of lost touch with Swifty because a bunch of health issues. But I'm feeling better now. I wanted like a green place. This is much more Shadowgreen Cavern. Let's go. Oh, there's like wolves. All right, let's get out of here. It's not bright enough. Helgen Riverwood. I guess it's Falkreath. Okay, Falkreath. Here we are. Okay, this is better. Alright, let's find like a nice little grove kind of deal. Oh, this is good. All these colors down here. Yes. Yes. Right here. Okay. So let me stand right here. Oh, what is that? Like a fairy? It's dead now. Okay. So now... Alright, let's go up here. Let's see if that works. So this is going to be player dot set ghost 1. Okay. Oh man. There we go. Now player dot place at me. AB7. Okay, that is a skeever. That is not a spriggan. Let me... Whoops. Dawnguard DLC code. What? What? How do I find... Okay. So, help crossbow. Okay. Oh, let's do slash help sprig. Okay, I can't seem to figure out how to get a Spriggan installed. Or damn it. Spawn NPC. Spriggan Earth Mother. Let me just try that. Player dot place at me 013 Bravo 74. Nope.
God, another fight.
I'm not sure. Oh yeah, we're over by Falkreath, so we're really over here. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to spawn in a Spriggan and like have it hang out like right here and then get some footage of it, but I can't seem to spawn the damn thing. Elder Gleam Sanctuary, Bloated Band's Grotto, and Shadow Green Cavern. Okay, let's try this one. Okay, that did something. Okay, good. All right, well that's one thing. That's nice, but for the crossbow, it's like A2FE. Shit. Player dot place at me 01. Damn it. 1003 9F D7. Damn. Well, I'm just gonna have to give up on this one. I just can't figure it out. All right, well, let's at least get something here. So let me click over here. There. we placed a couple of these. All right, now we can go over here and do start recording. Toggle menus. There we go. Oh, fuck. I don't really. This isn't the shot that I want. I want to be able to spawn a Spriggan in here, but I can't do it, so I got to move on. Okay. So.
Good dinner. I've been waiting on that. You can resist my call.
Okay, let me. All right, let me take a quick 5-minute break. Quick bio. I'll be right back. Well, the Spriggan idea didn't work out, but we'll just have to find a good spot to film fighting some vampires or something, because I got the Dawn Guard gear on and stuff. So we can do like a vampire hunter kind of quick character intro or something. What's that noise? Whoa! What just happened? What? Did you guys see that? Inspect the body. Paraglider. Such a device might prove useful. Oh my gosh. So there's a paraglider?
Flying Fred is his name. That's hilarious. What a great moment. It's too bad I'm in the middle of recording a bunch of stuff. Yeah, bio breaks for everybody. I'll be right back. Webcam, be right back. Okay. Okay, so one tiny little setback. Seems like a thing. Oh, here's another nice grove with... Oh, let's get that. Let's... Oh, hold on. Oh my gosh, that is the shot right there, folks. we're still recording. Damn. Stop recording. Start recording. Click over to here. Toggle the menu. Get out. Now pan over. Yeah, it just keeps going. We'll keep getting this shot. There we go. Okay, there it is. That's the end. All right, now what I got to do is figure out where we're going to spawn in some Draugr. So we don't want to spawn in a master vampire. What about Okay, we're gonna try and get this shot with a bunch of vampires.
Someone there?
Where are we? Oh. Oh. Oh no. Okay, this isn't a good spot. What about... this the way out? Oh, that's nice. It's got a nice backdrop. No, I need like a dungeon and some Draugr or something. Well, I need to do the vampire thing first. Maybe we can go in here and just spawn a vampire. Okay, yeah, here we go.
This looks like some sort of mechanism. We'll have to figure out the correct order to fit that.
Okay. Let's hide. Let's look around. You just chilling with the Draugr. Now let's summon a few more Draugr. There's more Draugr this way. So let's see what we got. Let's plan stuff out a little bit better now. I'm still scouting a couple of locations. We've only got like a third of the song left to go, but I need it to keep, getting better and better, and not I don't need it to hang anywhere. So we've got, these characters and stuff, and then we've got the nice flybys, and then we've got like a nice one-on-one fight scene. And then the next thing I need to do is have like maybe like a 1-on-3 fight scene against some Draugr. So like, so I could set it up, establish everything, a couple of Draugr, the character that's going to be doing the fighting, and then when it goes dun dun dun, like I can slow the game down a lot, so everybody's moving in slow motion, and I could like pan or even frozen, and I could like pan the camera around a little bit, like some bullet time shit, and then when the music allows, switch back over to like an actual kill cam at normal speed. Okay, that's the part right there. Let's go to the desktop. What do we got here? Okay, that's a nice fly out. Nice framed fly out. What we got here? Okay, that's the one, sunbathing. I think that's the one I had in mind. Yes. Okay. Try to get all this reflection stuff. Sunbathing. Over water shot. Start recording. This is 9 minutes. So I didn't even get... Yeah, let's delete that. About this one. Yeah, it just keeps going. Keep getting the shot. There we go. Okay, there it is. Okay, we might use a quick version of that. Some of the butterflies aren't doing too good. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Cut. Skyrim project. Paste. Media pool. And more footage. Okay. Now we'll get rid of that because there's a butterfly just like floating in the air. And we got other butterfly shots too. There we go. Nice far out shot. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Got that. This is going to be a nice flyby. I don't see any flickering in the distance, so that's good. Okay. And then we got the sunbathing. It's this one. All that reflection looks great. Looks like they're doing nice leisurely stuff. Let's stop till it gets about right there. Okay. Now let's paste this one. I know where I'm going to put this one already. Okay. All right, let's save. Okay. I think I'm kind of frustrated at this point. I'm pissed I couldn't get that Spriggan shot, and I think I've got enough of everything else that I'm gonna need as far as like. Yeah, let's put this one over. This one should be towards the end. That's a damn good shot. Needs to be at the end. Okay, so we should be filling the rest of this in tomorrow. I need to work on the documentary script because this video is going to be done in another. At the rate we're going, we'll be done with this video in another day or two. So I need to make sure that I have my documentary video kind of squared up. I spent a good amount of time last night writing a bunch of stuff, and now I'm kind of we need to figure out the overall outline of the essay, the video essay, basically. All right.
I'm just going to watch this one time from the top. Oh, that's right. Let's replace flickering. Didn't we just get that pulled in here? No. It's this one. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Let's do that. What is that? That is an additive dissolve. Okay. Damn. Okay. And let's go over there. Yeah, we got all these colors in here. Yeah, like that. There we go. Okay. All right, so we fixed that. Yes, it's coming together. Save project. Save project. Close. Okay, we did. We did good. We made lots and lots of progress. Yeah, that was a good 4 hours. Yeah, we made a lot of progress in 4 hours. There's only like a third of it left to do. All right, so because we're so close, let us. Let me get some music in the background. A little Skyrim music. And then, okay. So all right. Okay, Phoebus. Phoebus, I know you're watching. We need to go over this outline and see broken balance. Yeah. So the video, basically, okay, do a brief history of, okay, setting the stage, personal journey, left gaming due to health issues, returned later, immediate realization, games became bigger, flashier, but hollow. Tone, matter of fact, but casual and professional, engaging like a conversation. Opening hook, praise Skyrim, joke about the endless re-releases and persistent bugs. Promise to explore past, present, and future using Skyrim as a case study for the gaming industry. Do the video. Oh no, I know what we're gonna do. I know, oh, this is gonna be great. What is Okay, here we go. Man laughing with one tooth meme. Okay. That's not what I want. Original. Oh, this is 8 minutes long. Where's the chopped down version? Is this the right thing? Like, man laughing, telling story. Meme generator. Spanish guy laughing meme generator. Okay, here we go. All right, we gotta find. Know your meme. Okay. Is this the original?
Felicitas, por favor, ¿me podrías decir cuántos días has trabajado en toda tu vida?
Okay, it's 8 minutes though.
Nuevo, ¿cuánto en
La sal.
ya para abrir?
I need it already chopped down. El Ristas. Okay, here we go. Hold on. Okay, but I think I want to use this meme because let's see, where is it? Hold on. Okay. You won't believe what Bethesda does with their budget, Hermano. They spend millions getting top tier voice actors. Patrick Stewart, Max von Sydow.
How long is this? This is... I gotta like shorten it up a little bit.
Ve por la pena. ¿Qué? Te-
Alright, let me see if I can get this to match up. They spend millions getting their top tier voice actors. You don't even get to move, he's just dead. Yeah, but don't worry, the modders will fix it on day one for free. Meanwhile, Todd's out here adding fishing like it's DLC. Okay, yeah, we have to do this. Here.
Te llamo pa-
Okay. Let me turn this off. Okay, let me start recording. Let me start it over again. Because I need to mute my mic.
Te llamo para que vaya a recoger las paelleras. Y me acuesto el... Te llamo para que vaya a recoger las paelleras. Te llamo para que vaya a recoger las paelleras. te llamo para que vayas a recoger las paelleras. Y me acuesto en su, ya para abrir el restaurante. Te llamo para que vayas a recoger las paelleras. Te llamo para que vayas a recoger las paelleras. Y me acuesto en su, ya. Te llamo para que vayas a recoger. Te llama el cocinero.
Sorry, I didn't realize. I was just reading this to myself. I'm so sorry. I just happened to look over at the chat. I was just focused on reading the script. I was just reading it out loud, basically. So I'm sorry if you guys missed that. That's my bad. Looked focused, which is good. Yeah, I'm just trying to setting the stage early enthusiasm. I'm just trying to figure out how the essay is going to go. Mind triangle game development. Corporate takeover of studios consuits defining the modern gaming media. Okay, I'm gonna go grab something to drink real quick. Kind of hitting a stopping point for this project today. All right, let me get something to drink. I'm gonna think about this. I'm trying to think about what I should be doing next.
PC versus console UI. The industry shift, more revenue than Hollywood. Mind triangle, broken balance. Waterfall development, decline of crowdfunding, early access, yes. Hope, passion, and talent still exist. Okay, this is everything. I don't think I'm not in the mood to write this essay right now. I'm kind of befuddled. I think I've run out of concentration time for, I don't know. I'm just it's time to kick back and relax. Probably. Let's do that. Yeah, you're right. It's time to play some Vidya. All right. Yeah, I'm not making any more progress on this today, I don't think. Let's see what do we got. We're going to play a couple levels, then I'll jump up and put the chicken on. I'll record the chicken and we'll cook in the chicken. We'll edit it over here. I just had a bunch of groceries delivered, so need to get into it. Okay, pull the crystal. I guess I just jumped down, huh? Alright, well, here goes nothing.
Attention, all mortally challenged personnel. The Slayer is inside the facility. Please proceed with aggression.
died. Whoa, what's going on? Oh shit. Damn.
Attention, all mortally challenged personnel. The Slayer is inside the facility. Please proceed with aggression.
I did not want to do that. What's my crucible again? How do you send out the flame stuff? Is it E? No. Left control, that's what it is. Yeah, that's it. That's how I get armor. Okay. Okay, another upgrade. Flame belts takes less time. Okay. Oh, we're gonna have to work out. Gonna have to do some exercise. Oh, that's fun. I don't know what to do here. I'm trying to see if we shoot that. That thing opens up. Oh, here we go. Oh, I got a dash over there? Damn. Wait a minute. Got it. What's that? Made it. What's it doing?
Neural connection successful. You are now in control of the Revenant drone. You may use it to reclaim your property.
Hold right click to use your jetpack to fly up. Press left shift to activate your afterburner to dodge quickly. If you're not feel these abilities will be unavailable until it recharges. Press F to launch a rocket barrage with stronger attack. Requires speed friend up. Okay. Got it. Okay, we got the super shotgun. The meat hook. Oh, damn. I took too much damage. Trying to tank it too much. Damn. You gotta watch out for that Revenant. Oh, I should save those guys. I shouldn't kill those. Damn. Oh. Shouldn't open that. get my ammo and armor back up. Okay. Did I use all the ammo? Oh no, here we go.
Attention, all cultist base personnel. Please destroy the Slayer. The priest must survive. I repeat, the priest must survive.
Cheat codes, activate special modifiers. Cheat codes save progression, but you cannot pick the items. Okay, that's fine. Okay, gotta get to that. Fuck. I don't get it. Go down here. Almost fell off. Here we go. Oops. How do I get to... Not tab. There we go. Suit. Okay, so I got 4 points. Dash refills more quickly. Dash refilled on glory kills. Spawn scatter bombs. Okay. Frag grenade. after firing. Some more grenades. Okay. Let's do dash refilled on glory kill. Oops, I guess I wasn't supposed to fall off there. Oh, shit. Oh, get out of there, damn. There's hazards everywhere. Oh, shit. Whoops. I'm not doing good. Oh no. Okay, I think this. I gotta be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Play that game. Okay, I just think. Okay, that's to start working on the documentary. Like, I don't even know if that should go in there. So before I get all working on it. Okay, and we're basically, you know, almost 2/3 of the way through. Okay. All right, let's just save this. We're kind of at a stopping point. I think what I ought to do is go ahead and call it for the day because I got a bunch of food to cook and stuff like that. And I'll be in the kitchen, so well, let me just put the chicken on real quick, and I can come back and we can kick back and watch. I can do something. Let me go. I'm just anxious about starting cooking dinner, so let me go do that real quick. And when I come back, we can kick it while the chicken cooks, and then I can eat dinner. So there we go. Give me about 5-10 minutes to get that chicken ready. Thanks, Sean. Lots of food. Okay. All right, y'all. I'm back. And what I'd like to do is, just want to kind of kick it for a bit. I want to find out. There was some, like, Phoebus linked me some content the other day, and I really liked. Oh yeah, this is it. Baby broccoli. So this guy, this guy does a good job on like documentary kind of stuff, and I'm kind of going for something similar with the video about Skyrim. So Skyrim in the games industry and that stuff. So I wanted to check out one of these, the dead grad student problem. What's that? What is a dead grad student problem? How to make a broccoli video. Oh, let's watch this. It's a how to make one of his tutorials. I'm interested. Okay.
This video. Hi, I'm Bobby Broccoli, and I'm going to explain how I make my videos. The first thing I should mention is that I am not the inventor of the 3D animation style that I use. That was created by sports writer and filmmaker John Boyce. He's been using Google Earth for years, and he's a wizard at what he does. I used Google Earth exactly once for one video series, and since then I've been using the program Blender. Why do I use Blender? Well, it's free, open source, and has thousands of tutorials available for it. All of my Blender knowledge was self-taught through YouTube, advice from friends, and experimentation. There is a bit of a learning curve, but once you get past the initial hump, I think Blender is a super powerful tool for making 3D story videos.
So is
But
Unreal
here's
Engine
the
5.
thing. As long as you can move a camera in 3D space, you can use whatever program you like. Maya, Unity, Unreal Engine, whatever you're most comfortable with. This is completely different than how I used to make videos. And most people's reactions when I explain how I do this is, that's nuts. It is not intuitive by any means, but it is the best way I found to do what I do. I want to be clear, this is not an intro to Blender video. I've linked some good ones down below. Rather, this is specifically how I make my videos. Step 1. Planning and writing. Frankly, this is the most time-consuming part.
Yes,
My
it is.
best advice, if this is your first video, is to just try anything. You'll see what works and what doesn't, and gradually develop a feel for how to write this sort of video. A lot of my videos use calendars or timelines as a visual anchor. So start there. Figure out what years or months are the most critical, and sketch out possible layouts on paper. I go through so many sketches before I settle on anything. Your video will likely have a rectangular frame, so try and build a layout that fills that frame nicely from a fully zoomed out angle. Because this style uses 3D space, I often brainstorm some sort of variable that can take advantage of the Z-axis. In my element video, it's the half-lives of the elements. In the Nortel video, it's the immense size of the stock price, both critical parts of the story being told. And I sort of build the rest of the layout working backwards from that critical element, filling in empty space around it. I've done this a lot now, and it comes naturally. But if you're making your first ever video, just write anything and worry about the animation later.
Okay.
The part that really throws people off is that when you make a video like this, you have to lock in your script really early.
Yep.
Everything is animated in chronological order, as opposed to traditional editing that can be done in pretty much any order. Since everything exists in one 3D space, it is really hard to make changes to the script midway.
Okay, well, I don't
because
need to
now
use
you have to add an
Blender.
object, lock it in. Now on to step very annoying. So you really want to make sure that you're happy with your script and then lock it in.
Okay.
Now on to step 2. Record your script and edit it down into one continuous take in whatever video editor you use. Personally, I like to write in chapters so that I can animate small bits of the script at a time. What we're going to do next is take these audio files into Blender, and we're going to animate in sync to your narration. Here's the critical part though. Once you export an audio file, the timing is more or less set in stone. Because I've done this enough, I have a sense for how long I want certain pauses to be. You're not going to get this right on your first try though. So, if you bring an audio file into Blender and you decide to add a couple extra seconds, or maybe you cut a line, just make sure you copy that change in your original video editor so your animation will stay in sync when you render it out later. Step 3. At this stage, I like to start picking out music, but you could do this much later. At a minimum, I definitely choose the music for my intro, outro, or any pivotal moments because I like to time my animations to those songs. I use royalty-free music from the YouTube audio library, Epidemic Sound, and a handful of other musicians who make their songs free to use. Step 4. Setting up your Blender window. This is all my personal preference, so feel free to tweak this to your liking. On the top, I have two 3D viewport windows. One of them is bigger and usually set to material preview mode. This is the window I actually interact with. Keyframes store any properties.
I don't have
Step
to do
6.
like I'm skipping over this Blender part. I get what he's saying. I'm just going to do that in Davinci Resolve. I don't have to do this in Blender.
The camera object is the backbone of your entire video. You're going to be moving it around your scene and keyframing its location. If you hit 0 on your numpad, you'll see the perspective of the camera. And if you go under...
Okay, he's just talking about using these infographics to the benefit of the
Here are some of my advanced tips. Tip number 1. How do I do something? Just search YouTube for it and add the word Blender. I cannot stress this enough. All of my videos are a collage of other people's tutorials. For example, how do I make a corkboard texture? How do I make a neon grid animation? How do I make a cool sunset? Everyone in the Blender community is extremely helpful and friendly, and more often than not, someone has had your exact question. It has realistic lighting and textures, and pretty much every scene looks amazing in cycles with very little effort. The trade-off is render times are immense. Tip number 3, vectors. If you have a nice, smooth vector icon, Blender has built-in support for SVG files. I use this all the time instead of image files if the icon just needs to be one color, because vectors scale perfectly. You can import them as a curve, but they can then be converted into mesh objects and you can apply whatever modifiers to them you want. Don't be afraid to use royalty-free assets. There are tons of websites where 3D artists share their assets, many of them free, but even the paid ones are super affordable. The poker table and chips in my cloning video were paid assets, and even though I probably could have made them myself, it saved me a few days of work, and they probably looked better. And finally, tip number 5. Blender is a procedural animation software, meaning you can automate a lot of cool things. Here are some examples. This corkboard material uses a noise pattern to create an endless procedural texture. The map of Waxahachie in my Super Collider series was actually made using a free add-on called Blender OSM. You just select a section of the Earth, and then it does all the work for you. It imports a mesh object of the entire map. Genuinely astounding how easy it is. All I did was make it a rainbow. Blender is also fully compatible with Python scripting. The Nucleide C in the Nenov video will file of data and generate a bar graph far more efficiently than making a separate cube free. Not only do I post my videos 2 weeks early there, but you can also find dozens of Nebula originals not found anywhere else. For those of you who are eager to start making your own videos, I can't recommend Nebula classes enough.
Okay, good to know. Now, we saw America's Missing Collider the other day. I'm kind of interested in what a dead grad student problem is.
big thank you to Nebula for sponsoring this video. Stephen Jones is a soft-spoken man. He's just spent the better part of an hour speaking to a room full of Washington politicians about his work in cold fusion. He comes off as humble, downplaying his work as a nuclear physicist. Like most professors at Brigham Young University, he is a devout Mormon. Most of his colleagues know.
Yeah. I wanted to, you know, he does a good job, so I wanted to check out like what his advice was. I appreciate the how the guys, you know, big on visuals and how to generate those visuals. I know how to generate them other ways besides just Blender. I haven't really learned Blender yet, but yeah, so I could use desktop version of Google Earth, that kind of stuff.
Know him to be trustworthy, honorable, some might even call him a Boy Scout. And it was almost certainly burning him up inside that for the past month, Stanley Pons and Martin Fleischmann had been accusing him of stealing their work.
So there's the 3D thing. Yeah. Got his title drop.
Stanley Pons and Martin Fleischmann are remembered as the fathers of cold fusion, for better or for worse. And that's because they went public in a now infamous press conference on March 23rd, 1989. And 1 month out from that, they were asking Congress for $25 million. As Fleischmann mentioned in their announcement, he and Pons had funded their experiment with $100K of their own money, and they had no other financial support. But what he didn't say is that in the year before they went public, they did try to get external funding, and that process had set off a domino effect that resulted in a leak, and was ultimately the reason they had went public an entire year and a half before they intended to. Through much of the 1980s, Pons had been funding his work through grants awarded by the Office of Naval Research. But when he approached them about his cold fusion research, they didn't think it was a good fit. After some shuffling around, Pons resubmitted to the Office of Advanced Energy Projects at the Department of Energy. The office had a bit of a reputation as the Office of Hail Marys. Its administrator, Richard Gajewski, once called it the home of orphans and infants. What he meant by that was his office was the last chance for projects that were considered too crazy for other departments. Pie-in-the-sky pitches that still deserved at least a little bit of funding. Gajewski had a lot of power in this office, and he liked to pick favorites. As it happened, one of his longest-running funding programs was for a professor at BYU, Stephen Jones. Jones was one of the experts in a niche area called muon-catalyzed fusion. A muon is a particle similar to an electron. It's just 207 times as massive. A muon can replace an electron orbiting a nucleus of deuterium. Because a muon is so much heavier, its orbital radius is almost 200 times as small. This allows two atoms to sit much closer together, which vastly increases the odds of fusion. Muon-catalyzed fusion can and often does occur at room temperature. After it was first demonstrated in 1956, for about a decade researchers scrambled to perfect it, hoping that it would unlock an immense new energy source. And in fact, a New York Times article from 1956 even referred to it as, quote, cold fusion. The issue is that the numbers just weren't there. It wasn't frequent enough to sustain itself as an energy source. But the concept never fully died. Steve Jones at BYU was one of its true believers. Gajewski clearly took a shine to him. He'd funded Jones for 6 years now, giving him around $250K a year by 1988. It was a strong show of faith, but Jones knew his clock was ticking. Gajewski was getting pressure from his bosses to call it quits on Jones's work. Muon-catalyzed fusion was as dead now as it was 30 years earlier. He needed to pivot. Inspiration came in September 1988 when Gajewski sent Jones a proposal. The title was The Behavior of Electrochemically Compressed Hydrogen and Deuterium, and it was submitted by Stanley Pons and Martin Fleischmann. Jones was intended to act as a neutral referee, 1 of 5. The proposal was confidential. The cover specifically mentioned, quote, to use the information contained in the proposal for evaluation purposes only.
I'm going to check the chicken that's in the grill. I'll be right back.
Where this is going. Later, Jones and BYU's legal team would release a detailed timeline of his research on fusion, supported by pages and pages from Jones's own notebook.
BYU has documents such as these lab notebooks showing their work goes back to at least 1986.
And if you watch his testimony in Congress, he will hammer home the point that he'd been working on this for years.
Deuterium into metals is going to lead to fusion, which we had in early '86. I should say, by the way, that this has been funded by this same Advanced Energy Project, this particular idea, cold nuclear fusion, since '86. We pioneered that in May of 1986.
Jones has claimed that while his primary focus had been on muon-catalyzed fusion, he had spent some time and funding working on more traditional fusion work, like that of Pons and Fleischmann, even before he saw their proposal. And this is technically true. In March 1986, Jones had a chance run-in with a geophysicist, Paul Palmer, who had an idea that fusion can take place within the Earth via extreme pressure. They began to spitball the idea of piezonuclear fusion. Piezo means pressure in Latin. In a memo dated April 1st, 1986, Jones wrote, "Could it be that metal hydrides provide an environment conducive to confinement and fusion of hydrogen isotopes?" And on April 7th, Jones, although he never actually uses the word electrolysis, he does write down several different metals. Among them is palladium. In one of his annual updates to Gajewski, he mentioned this piezonuclear fusion idea. Two of Jones's graduate students in May 1986 began experiments where they would load hydrogen into metals via electrolysis. But after months of attempts, nothing useful came of the experiments, and in September, they abandoned the idea. The most they got out of it was 2 term papers. And so, if we want to be lawyers about it, Jones's group did, independent from Pons and Fleischmann, come up with a cold fusion concept as early as 1986. But they soon put the idea on a 2-year-long hiatus. Jones's later explanation for the hiatus is that they were waiting on a colleague to build an ultra-sensitive detector that would allow them to continue the experiments. This detector was indeed finished around August of 1988, and we know from Jones's own notebook that he assembled his team for a meeting on August 24th, and they discussed restarting the fusion project. But then, and this is where it gets a little suspect, his notebook has a 29-day gap where he does not mention the fusion project. And then finally, he notes on September 20th that he received the Pons and Fleischmann proposal from Gajewski. It is only after this point that his group begins to start up experiments again. The whole saga is full of coincidences both in timing and in location. What are the odds that it's 2 Utah labs, just 40 miles apart, that would be racing to unlock the secrets of fusion? What we do know for sure is that Jones and his team jumped into action only after they had read Pons and Fleischmann's proposal, at a time when his funding was on the verge of ending. And so, by late September, his group was starting up experiments, and Jones wrote back to Gajewski that the proposal should be rejected. Or at least, he needed some clarifications first. And so, he begins to write to them anonymously. To Pons and Fleischmann, here is an anonymous reviewer asking very basic questions, clearly of the opinion that this experiment won't work. Only when they had shared enough details for him to replicate the experiment in its entirety did he change his tune and give it the thumbs up. Pons and Fleischmann had managed to guess that the reviewer was Jones because one of his critiques was that they hadn't cited a 1986 paper by him. And then one day, Gajewski phones up Pons and suggests that since Jones had worked on similar stuff before, they maybe work out a collaboration. From the perspective of Pons and Fleischmann, this was outrageous. Pons had refused to talk about this project to anyone outside Fleischmann or his own family for years, and now as soon as they submit a grant application, they had a physicist trying to force himself onto their paper. Although Pons and Jones have a friendly phone conversation, deep down Pons feels like their work has been stolen. Pons tells the patent officer at U of U that they may have a legal dispute on their hands, and he makes a call to a childhood friend. Gary Triggs grew up with Pons in North Carolina. He was a charming country lawyer who was not afraid to get his hands dirty. When the dispute with Jones's group began to heat up, Pons had Triggs flying to town to help him re-strategize. Triggs also acted as a confidant, one of the few people Pons trusted without question. Even before cold fusion, Pons had used Triggs as an attack dog when he got into some hot water. At least 2 prior collaborations involving Dow Chemical and Synthetech used Pons as a researcher. When those companies couldn't reproduce his results, they asked for his data. Pons blocked them by getting Triggs to send cease and desist letters. One of Triggs's first acts in the Cold Fusion saga was to have Pons call up Gajewski and try to get him to admit to manufacturing this whole mess to help out his buddy Jones. If he said anything incriminating, they never did anything with it. Both groups go into overdrive trying to gather data in a race to get their paper out first. The U of U group is working 24/7, swapping out in shifts. The dispute begins to boil over around February, when Gajewski tells Pons that he's putting a freeze on their funding until the dispute is resolved. They've now lost all trust in Gajewski. They start to become paranoid. Both groups escalate the issue to the heads of their respective schools. Both the U of U and BYU administrations take over the negotiations. They arrange for sit-down talks. The U of U team visits BYU and tour the lab on February 23rd. Jones's team is impressed by how well made Pons and Fleischmann's cells are, and Pons and Fleischmann are impressed by BYU's radiation detector. But Jones tells them that he's been at this for 2 years and he wants to publish now. Pons and Fleischmann beg him for 18 more months. They need more time. But Jones says he can't wait. He agrees to cancel a talk later that week, but he's been scheduled to speak at a major conference in May, the American Physical Society. Can't you present something else, they asked him? No, he says he can't. He already submitted an abstract, and in it, he mentions cold fusion. He's given them a no-win scenario. Pons and Fleischmann are at a loss. The final negotiation is an agreement to publish back-to-back submissions to the same journal. After some debate, they agree on Nature, one of the most prestigious in the world. At the end of the meeting, both sides shook hands, but no paper had been signed. Nothing written had cemented the deal. Neither side was happy, and any pleasantries were just performances. Reportedly, by the time Pons and Fleischmann had walked back to their cars, they were calling Jones a thief. What if one of the papers got rejected and the other accepted? That paper would get all the credit. They believed there was only the nuclear option left. Go public immediately.
BYU fusion researcher Stephen Jones says the U breached an agreement with Brigham Young University by announcing its fusion discovery to the media last month. Jones says the two universities had agreed to announce their separate findings simultaneously.
There was no commitment, no promise of any sort that we wouldn't go public.
Around March 13th, Jones gets the feeling that Pons and Fleischmann are going to screw him over. He phones them and they tell him something that is either, quote, a threat or a warning. He can't tell which. And so they hold their press conference on March 23rd without any heads up to BYU. At the press conference, a reporter asks if they are aware of any other group doing similar work. VP of Research James Brophy takes the mic. He says he wasn't aware of any other group. Something he knows for a fact is a lie.
And with fusion coming to the forefront, the big rivalry between BYU and the University of Utah is no longer over football.
Okay, so now what's the deal here? Is it because somebody stole it?
No, BYU says that we were working on it together and that he came out first so he could get all the publicity.
Imagine that.
Fleischmann and Pons will go on to say many years later that they did not name their discovery cold fusion, that it was Steve Jones who was responsible for that. A couple weeks later at a conference in Italy, Fleischmann and Jones will have a private conversation in the hall. Reportedly, Fleischmann will apologize for how things got out of hand, but you can't put that cat back in the bag. By going public early, they had doomed their careers. Jones had found out about the betrayal when the Financial Times called him asking for comment. Jones was furious, but he feels a sense of relief at the same time. Knowing he's been betrayed rather than waiting for it is almost freeing. He goes on vacation with his family for the Easter weekend. They mail the paper to Nature as soon as possible. No one from his team will be going to the airport on March 24th to meet with Marvin Hawkins. And that leads us back to where we started. Marvin Hawkins, Pons' PhD student, clutching an envelope in a FedEx at the airport. A TV crew is there to film the meeting that won't be taking place. He'll end up submitting the paper and going home. Hawkins' name didn't make it into the history books the same way Pons and Fleischmann's did. He's not a protagonist, but his story is still worth telling. Marvin Hawkins was 27 here. In the fall of '88, he was pretty much wrapped up with his PhD work. The only thing left for him to graduate was to write his thesis. If he focused on writing, he'd be out in just a couple months. It was in his best interest to get it done sooner rather than later, because after all, he was the sole source of income for a family of 5. He had taken a 2-year break from school for his Mormon missionary work, so he was a bit behind his academic peers. He needed a decent paying job. But in October of 1988, Stanley Pons, chair of the chemistry
I'm
department,
going to go check dinner. I'll
approached
be right
him
back.
with an offer. He was working on an incredibly interesting fusion experiment. Well, actually, it was more than interesting. It sounded groundbreaking. The sort of thing that could win a Nobel Prize.
It would certainly delay his graduation, and it wouldn't pay him very much. Just $10K a year.
But Marvin recognized it as the once-in-a-career opportunity that it was. And to work with Martin Fleischmann, too? When it came to chemistry, that man was a god. Stanley Pons was a secretive man. Outside his family and his mentor Fleischmann, he barely told anyone about this. His wife worked as his secretary, and up until August, he'd had his son Joey run most of the experiments. But he was getting married that month and left the lab. With a vacancy to fill, Pons approached Marvin. Part of why he chose Marvin was that he knew he could set up experiments on his own. He wouldn't need outside help. Fewer chance of a leak. Marvin worked for months, and to hear him tell it, without much help from Pons and Fleischmann, on developing the cells that would soon become world famous.
Does everyone you build now work?
No. As with any scientific endeavor, you've got some build-up, some mistakes, some reevaluation, some new processes that you want to incorporate.
As January turned into February, it was clear to him that Pons' group was in a race with someone at BYU. Whoever published first was guaranteed to make it into the history books, and whoever was second might, if they were lucky, get a single mention at the end of a long paragraph. They began to pull 24/7 shifts. Quote, "There were times where I would go home for 3 or 4 hours and sleep and then get up and go back. And that happened for a month and a half. No weekends, no nothing. Your kids kind of tend to wonder who you are." Jamie Hawkins, Marvin's wife of 5 years, said simply, "It brought on a whole new meaning of the term widow." Having Marvin away from home was difficult, Jamie said, but we could see it was for a great purpose, so that made it a little easier to deal with. Quote, "Obviously it's been very stressful on her. She's been very supportive. She's even come in from time to time and helped me collect data just to try and maintain some kind of relationship. It's not been horrible, but it's been hard." His kids missed him at home. Their daughter was old enough to understand it was important for her daddy's job, but their younger son was emotional. Pons seemed to recognize what a sacrifice Marvin was making, especially as a young father. Quote, "Stan would call me numerous times and say, 'Jamie, I'm sorry that Marvin's never home, but realize soon Hawkins, Pons, and Fleischmann's name will be in the lights.' Hawkins' name never made it on to the paper. 2 days before the announcement, Pons gives him the bad news. The school, for legal reasons, thinks it's better if it's just him and Fleischmann on the paper. Marvin is devastated. In the couple days after the March 23rd announcement, the energy around the Utah campus was frantic. News crews were everywhere, and everyone wanted to catch a glimpse of the famous cold fusion cells. Someone had also allegedly stolen the transparencies Pons and Fleischmann had used in their press conference. And the day after the announcement, Fleischmann took a plane back to Europe, where he'd be for a few weeks. Now, that meant Pons had been left alone in Utah without his mentor, receiving more public attention than he'd ever had in his entire life. Phone calls were ringing all hours of the day, news crews wanted to interview him, his email account got hacked. They had to change his home phone number just to stop the ringing. In a profile for the Deseret News, Pons described himself with one word: scared.
Tensions can get very high. Emotions can get absolutely destroyed.
That's a lot of pressure.
It's not that much more. For me, he's the same guy. The kids say, yeah, there's Dad on TV, and they run on and play. We don't know when we're going to have dinner. People want to talk all the time. We always say we're normal. We're still the same as ever.
Soon, a mysterious man from MIT would roll up, uninvited, and began asking questions. He only left when Pons tried to contact security. So with all of this context in mind, Pons realizes on March 26th that some of his lab books were missing. With Fleischmann gone, the only other person who could have the notes was Marvin Hawkins. And so, Pons calls up another grad student, Mark Anderson, and asks him to take over a bit of the work from Marvin Hawkins. Here is where it gets odd. Hawkins attests that Pons and Fleischmann asked him to make a copy of the notebooks and protect the original. And so he did that, making copies and then putting the originals in his brother's safety deposit box. After weeks of endless hours stuck in the lab, Hawkins and his family go on a ski trip for the holiday weekend, which Pons had supposedly offered to pay for. On Monday the 27th, Pons calls Hawkins and urgently tells him he needs the notebooks that day. It's not much of a leap for Pons to assume that Hawkins is upset with his name being left off the paper and that he may have taken the notes for leverage. Unaware that Pons suspects him of anything nefarious, Marvin leaves the ski trip and drives into Salt Lake City to drop off the photocopies of the notebooks and then returns back to his family vacation. But Pons is not happy with just the photocopies, and when Marvin checks in via the phone, Pons tells him he needs the originals right now. He essentially accuses him of stealing the notebooks. Pons and Hawkins' stories contradict each other quite a bit here. Pons claims he got a call from the Mormon church saying the notebooks were with them, and he should come pick them up. He alleges that Hawkins tried to sell the notebooks for millions of dollars or as some sort of religious donation. When Hawkins returned to the lab, Pons threatened to send the police after him. Eventually, Hawkins returns the notebooks, realizes he's been replaced, and leaves for his vacation a third time, but in a significantly worse mood. And finally, on April 4th, he receives a letter from Stanley Pons. He's been fired. Hawkins immediately goes to the administration and says he'll go to the media if they don't rectify the situation. He even calls Fleischman, who tells him he'll try and talk some sense into Stan. A day later, Pons and Hawkins sit down and have a meeting with two neutral third parties. In it, they agree that Hawkins should be allowed to finish his thesis, and his name will appear on the paper in the form of an errata. Marvin Hawkins, despite everything Pons put him through, still defends him to this day. Forgetting to add an author to a paper, especially when there are only 3 total, is not a very common mistake. When the errata was published, it raised eyebrows across the field, but it was not even the most suspicious correction. A small detail, easy to miss, suggested something deeply wrong about the science. A mistake so fundamental that some would accuse them of fraud.
Oh no.
When Stanley Pons addressed a crowd of 7,000 chemists at a stadium in Dallas, he was their rock star. He had delivered not just a win to the field of chemistry, but he had done what so many physicists had been failing to do for decades. Chemistry and physics are sibling fields, and they go hand in hand. But the scientists who study them naturally develop rivalries. And so to their peers, Pons and Fleischman were heroes. But to the physicists, they were tourists. A pair of overconfident hucksters messing with things they didn't fully understand. Fritz Will, former president of the Electrochemical Society, recounted a story where a Nobel laureate of physics told him, quote, "Fritz, if cold fusion were ever to be discovered, it wouldn't be discovered by a chemist."
If you look at the confirmations, they come principally from electrochemists rather than from physicists. If you look at the negative criticism, they come principally from physicists.
After people have been studying these reactions for 50 years, and they really have, that somebody at Utah, happens to stumble across a previously unseen low-energy reaction, the odds are pretty small.
Even worse in their eyes was that Pons and Fleischman had committed 2 major transgressions. The first was that they had gone to Washington and begged for money from Congress, a blatant attempt to skip over the usual peer-reviewed budgetary process.
Ooh.
The second was jumping the gun with a press conference before they published a paper.
And frankly, we're getting a little bit tired of having science done by news conference.
I wonder where your greatest responsibility is. Is it to the general public through a press conference, or is it to the scientific community? And I submit that is the case, that the public had a right to know as soon as possible.
But if most physicists were caught off guard by the announcement, none were more shocked than the physicists working next door to Pons and Fleischman at the University of Utah. You would think that at least one of them, hopefully a specialist in nuclear science, would have been asked their opinion, but no. Chase Peterson's mandate of secrecy meant that he had really only consulted with 2 physicists. His VP, James Brophy, an administrator who hadn't done research in years, and a distant relative, Hans Bethe, over at Cornell. When some of those physics profs attempted to speak to Pons directly, they found him in his office, swamped with calls. They were getting messages from physics departments all across the country with the assumption that they had seen and signed off on Pons and Fleischman's work. They hadn't even seen the paper yet. Now their credibility was on the line, despite having nothing to do with the work. They were not afraid to tell the local news exactly how they felt.
Before you commit yourself publicly and make a
big hoopla about it, that you still do the critical work necessary to make sure you're absolutely certain.
They say they're embarrassed by last Thursday's announcement to the world before scientific peer review has had a chance to decide whether this really is or is not a breakthrough.
But even when the paper eventually got published on April 8th, many physicists were shocked by its quality.
The nuclear physics part of the program was not done in a very careful way.
The papers that were written by both groups were papers that, had they been written by my graduate student, I would not have let them publish it. I would have said, go back to the laboratory and finish the job.
The text had several errors and contradictions, all of which suggested to experienced scientists that the paper had been prepared in a rush. Although both clearly intelligent chemists, the general consensus was that Pons and Fleischmann had waded into an area way outside their expertise. Whatever their conclusions, they were almost certainly the result of several blunders. Many physicists didn't even bother reading the paper. They knew for a fact this couldn't be fusion for one very simple reason. They were still alive. Their skin hadn't been irradiated to a crisp. The fusion of two deuterium atoms has been studied since the 1920s and is one of the most well-understood nuclear reactions we know about. As soon as fusion happens, you get an excited helium nucleus with 2 protons and 2 neutrons. But it only lasts for a moment, because it's unstable and will end up decaying into one of 3 radiation branches. In the first branch, the helium loses a neutron and sends it flying. In the second, the helium loses a proton, which leaves an atom of hydrogen with 2 neutrons. This isotope has its own unique name, tritium. The first 2 branches occur approximately 50% of the time. They're evenly split. The third branch is the most rare, with less than 0.5% chance. It stays as a helium-4 atom, but it ejects a super high-energy gamma ray as a photon. All 3 of these branches produce one high-energy radiation particle, either a neutron, tritium, or a gamma ray. In other words, you cannot have heat without radiation alongside it. And remember, according to Fleischmann, they saw 4 watts for every 1 watt they put in. A single fusion reaction would produce about 1 trillionth of a watt, meaning to generate 4 watts, as claimed by Fleischmann, that would be around 2.5 trillion neutrons per second. More than enough to burn the skin off your body. So that begs the question, how many neutrons did they see? Well, in their paper, they reported just 4,000 per second, 1 billion times too low. An amount so low, you'd basically feel no adverse health effects. This issue became known by physicists as the dead grad student problem. The problem was that there wasn't one. If Pons and Fleischmann had spoken to even one physicist at their school, they would have pointed this issue out immediately. But through a combination of overconfidence, ignorance, and their desire for complete secrecy, they didn't ask any of their U of U peers. This is far from the only neutron number that they've shared. At his talk in Dallas, Pons mentioned a figure of 10,000 neutrons per second. And when Pons and Fleischmann recounted their mythical meltdown, they can't get their story straight at all. Fleischmann once said that the meltdown produced, quote, no untoward radiation. And Pons said that there was no noticeable radiation detected. And then even later, they gave a third version, where he said that the lab was, quote, contaminated. Okay, so then which is it? No matter the number, they were anywhere from 1 to 10 billion times fewer neutrons than they should expect. Orders of magnitude upon orders of magnitude. Their method for establishing the background level of radiation was not exactly reliable either. Pons and Fleischmann observed that their neutrons had no clear pattern. They appeared randomly in bursts. But all around us, cosmic rays from outer space result in small, random bursts of neutrons all the time. That is background radiation. A lab underground will have a lower background than one above ground, and even air pressure can have a huge impact. Apparently, to get their background level, they took 2 measurements, one right next to their cell, and then one at a spot 50 meters away. This is not a useful background test because the location is completely different. They should have instead measured the background at the same location once with the cell removed or turned off. Why were they being so vague with their numbers? Well, because they don't usually do this sort of work, they had to borrow a neutron detector. The thing is, the one they borrowed was a medical device, and so was normally used to measure large radiation spikes that might cause a health risk. It's really inaccurate for the low levels they were reporting. And the thing is, they seem to recognize all these issues. They knew their readings were far too low. They say it in the initial press conference.
We have a relatively low rate of production of neutrons. Generation of tritium and the rate of generation of helium-3 is only 1/1000th of what you would expect if the fusion reactions were those experienced in high-energy physics.
But of course, the media covering the story would not have picked up on just how significant that detail was. Even the not-dead grad student himself, Marvin Hawkins, acknowledged this issue as early as April 14th. This is a damning admission. It shows that they were not seeing what theory predicted, but rather than assume they had made a mistake, they made a huge leap in logic, and ran with the idea that maybe the theory wasn't fully correct.
Theories are made to explain experimental data. We have the experimental data and we see no theory for it yet. So they're going to have to rethink some things.
That means there's some additional physics going on in the material that we do not yet understand.
Could it possibly mean there's a mistake?
No.
You're sure that it's right?
I'm sure.
It is a bold strategy to say the least, and one that they were forced to adopt because of their race to beat Stephen Jones. With this in mind, it does reframe Jones's work. Let's put aside the matter of priority for 1 minute. Steve Jones and his team are physicists. They know exactly how many neutrons they should be seeing, and have a state-of-the-art detector to do it. And they did a proper background test. His group was seeing literally just 2 neutrons per hour. Just 2. That is 10,000 times less than the already shockingly low number from Pons and Fleischmann. That amount should work out to just 1/1,000,000th of a watt. And that's where the distinction between the two groups lay.
Number one, there is fusion, cold nuclear fusion, at a very low level. Number two, the level is not enough to lead us to suspect heat. Therefore, my conclusion is that we don't have heat due to fusion.
I would say that cold fusion is hopeless as a source of energy.
This is a very, very critical difference, and the media coverage in the immediate aftermath did not do a great job of conveying this. Both groups are claiming something remarkable, but only Pons and Fleischmann are arguing this could be a new source of energy. To go back to Jones's favorite analogy, if his claim was $1, theirs was the national debt. He may not have been first, but his results certainly sounded more realistic. Indeed, among physicists, Pons and Fleischmann were viewed largely as quacks, but this Jones fellow, well, maybe there's something there. Although certainly the most obvious problem, the lack of neutrons was not the only issue people saw with the paper. Take the tritium, the other radioactive product you'd expect to see after fusion. In their paper, they reported 10 to 20,000 counts per second. Compared to the neutrons, this was around 10 times as much. But it was still 1 billion times too small to correspond to the heat they saw. It was also weird that they were seeing more tritium than neutrons. The 50-50 branching ratio means you should be seeing pretty much equal amounts. So where else could tritium come from? Tritium, just like neutrons, can be created naturally via cosmic rays. The difference, though, is that this only happens in the upper atmosphere, and even then extremely rarely. However, the U of U chemistry department isn't exactly a good baseline. Labs that often deal with radioactive materials will leave behind radioactive contaminants. Heavy water, although primarily deuterium, will have tritium in it a few times higher than the normal background level. Not to mention, another common lab material is something called tritiated water, where all the hydrogen atoms have been replaced with tritium. It's a notorious contaminant that will get into the air if you're not careful. If you haven't assessed the tritium background before running the experiment, how do you know where the tritium came from? Let's go back to the main reason this is even supposed to work at all. Palladium absorbs deuterium like a sponge. So much deuterium packed so tightly causes astronomical pressures, at least according to Fleischmann. Let's give you a frame of reference. 1 atmosphere of pressure is what most of you are breathing right now. The bottom of the ocean is around 1,000 atmospheres, and the pressure in the core of the sun is 100 billion atmospheres. And yet, Pons and Fleischmann claimed that their palladium rods were experiencing an effective pressure of 10 to the 27 atmospheres.
By compressing deuterium gas, D2, then you would need between 10 to the 26 and 10 to the 27 atmospheres of pressure.
That is 10 quadrillion times more than the core of the sun. This is such a baffling number and should have been a major red flag to either of them. Once again, this was a detail announced in their initial press conference, but the media reporting on it would not have picked up on the absurdity. As it turns out, they had made a basic mistake. They had used the wrong equation. When the correct equation is applied, the pressure in their cells is only 15,000 atmospheres. Higher than ambient, yes, but still far, far too low to enable fusion. But perhaps the most outrageous omission from their experiment was a basic control test. The most primitive control they could have run. Instead of using heavy water, use light water. Use hydrogen instead of deuterium. If heavy water produced excess heat, and light water didn't, then it was solid proof that fusion was behind the heat. But if light water also produced excess heat, it would suggest that there was some sort of mistake in their heat measurements. Pons and Fleischmann had simply not done a light water control. We know this because Fleischmann was asked this exact question by the director of CERN, Carlo Rubbia, at a publicly recorded talk. This is the actual audio of their exchange.
Martin, if you don't allow me to do that, by asking you a direct question, namely, all this is done with deuterium in the water. Did you ever try to do the same experiment, replacing deuterated water with ordinary water? If you do so, what happens?
I must confess to you that those experiments are just going on now, and we will hope to give you that answer very shortly. The reason we haven't done so is that if you do that experiment, you do in fact ruin the electrodes, and we have so far had very limited resources.
Those who were present recall that several people gasped. His answer effectively boils down to, we didn't have time or money. But this just doesn't line up. They have said repeatedly that they started experiments in 1984, almost 5 years ago, and they didn't run a light water control even once? In the press conference, he said this.
We have tried very hard to prove ourselves wrong, all the way down the line.
Evidently, they didn't try hard enough. According to Marvin Hawkins, they didn't start running light water tests until late April, almost an entire month after they had announced to the world their breakthrough discovery. On April 9th, Stan Pons will claim that he ran light water controls. We know this because Chuck Martin, a good friend of Stanley Pons, called him up about an experiment that he had run.
What had happened was that Chuck Martin was doing experiments with both heavy water and light water. We now know what was incorrect with that particular experiment, that he had a bad earth connection to a thermometer, so power was entering the cell through the thermometer and heating it up, which was not, of course, in the book balancing. And he called up Stan Pons this weekend, immediately before that date, and said, we're seeing heat with heavy water, we're really excited. And Pons said, that's great, I knew that somebody was going to reproduce it soon, I'm glad it was you. And then Martin said to him, but we have a problem, we are also seeing heat with light water. And Pons said, that's the most exciting thing, we see it too.
When he's asked if he's run a light water control at the ACS meeting in Dallas, he responds, quote, a baseline reaction run with water is not necessarily a good baseline. We do not get the total blank experiment we expected. It is a cryptic way to answer that question, but reading between the lines, one can imagine that he was hoping for a different result. Later, on April 20th, Nature will publicly refuse to publish the paper submitted to them by Pons and Fleischmann, as all three of its reviewers had been highly critical, and they focused in on the lack of a light water control. If they had truly been working on this for 5 entire years, how had they not once run a light water control? Pons was indignant. Quote, I'll argue that the control is taking a palladium rod that absolutely does not work and place that side by side to an experiment that is, in the same solution, and that is a control experiment. It's never done anything there but sit at you. This is nonsensical. You can only know that a palladium rod doesn't work until after you've tested it, by which point it can't be a control. Unless there is some measurable difference between the working and non-working palladium, this is worthless. And on April 25th, the Wall Street Journal will report that Mr. Pons says he has a plain water experiment producing small, unmeasured amounts of heat. In summary, we really have no idea what their light water result was because Pons and Fleischmann don't seem to know either.
The referees in that journal, that is the people who decide whether to allow that article to be published or not, said they needed more information. The Utah group said, hey, listen, we don't have the time, we don't want to go through the trouble right now to provide you with information, give us our paper back, we won't even be bothered.
He also got Gary Triggs to send Nature a threatening letter. In a move that likely stung quite a bit, Nature did say that they would publish Stephen Jones's paper. A mistake is not the same thing as fraud. You can unknowingly make an error. If you find out later that you made a mistake, the proper course of action is to come out publicly, admit it, and either retract or correct it. Embarrassing, yes, but certainly not unethical. Where it turns into fraud is when you deliberately try to cover up that mistake. Just a couple weeks after their paper was published, they released an errata, adding the name of Marvin Hawkins. But in that same errata, they also changed a graph. They did not provide a reason why. If they had, it would have raised alarm bells. Unfortunately for them, at least one person had been paying close attention. On May 1st, a Boston Herald story is printed that quotes MIT physicist Ronald Parker, calling the work, quote, scientific schlock and possibly misrepresentation and maybe fraud. A few weeks earlier, Parker's group had attempted to repeat the experiment but hadn't seen any evidence of neutrons.
Our analysis indicates it's likely that many, many fewer neutrons were observed than claimed, if any at all.
Although they said they would keep at it. But this headline was a clear step up from the previous statement. Parker, likely fearing that he might get sued, later tried to deny that he said any such thing despite his interview being recorded. Given Pons' tendency to sick Gary Triggs on people, he was probably right to be worried.
MIT is used to being right on top of every scientific discovery just as it happens. That increases their frustration.
But his reason to suspect fraud seemed to be justified, thanks to a tip from a colleague named Richard Petrasso. Petrasso had stumbled onto a highly suspicious piece of data in the paper. In his eyes, cold fusion was a ridiculous claim. It was, quote, just glib bullshit as far as we know. The only piece of evidence that made him remotely interested was the gamma ray spectra. Fusion is supposed to emit neutrons. That much you know by now. Because they were short on funds, Pons and Fleischmann borrowed a low-sensitivity neutron dosimeter. All this detector could do was count neutrons. They don't tell you anything about where those neutrons came from. If we could measure the energy of those neutrons, we could be far more certain they're coming from fusion. And so, we want to look for gamma rays. Gamma rays are high-energy photons, typically emitted by a radioactive source. By measuring all the gamma rays in a lab, you can plot them on an energy spectrum. It will have a sloping background level with lots of distinct peaks jutting up. Each peak is associated with well-known energy levels. This peak at 1.46 MeV, for instance, comes from radioactive potassium, which is present in the environment and also your body. Same with this peak at 2.62 MeV, which comes from radioactive thallium. There is also a peak that can prove fusion is occurring. When a neutron is emitted into a water bath, it will gradually slow down until it collides with a proton and become captured by it. This emits a gamma ray. And its energy level is extremely precise. It is 2.224 MeV, with very little wiggle room. A gamma ray from fusion should look like this, a peak at exactly 2.224. And in the paper published by Pons and Fleischmann, that's exactly what you see. A peak in almost the exact right spot. Except there was an earlier draft of this graph. In both their submissions to the Journal of Electroanalytic Chemistry and Nature, they had submitted a graph with a peak way to the right, at 2.5 MeV. There is no relevant radiation phenomena that occurs at 2.5. It is just straight up the wrong value. Pons and Fleischmann might have realized this if they had asked even just one colleague in U of U's physics department. Indeed, if the Journal of Electroanalytical Chemistry hadn't rushed the peer review process, they would have sent it out to a reviewer with knowledge of nuclear physics, who would have caught this problem and likely rejected the paper. Ultimately, though, the graph with 2.5 was never made public, because on March 28th, Fleischmann was giving a talk in the UK at Harwell Labs, and the audience members there immediately recognized the peak as a mistake. Later that day, he told Pons over the phone, and Pons then submitted a new graph with the peak moved to 2.22. Not just that though, the y-axis had been scaled from 20,000 down to 2,200, just 10% of what it used to be. In the facts he sent to Nature, he did not explain the reason for this correction. This, of course, is all behind the scenes, not public knowledge. When the paper was eventually published, the only hint that something had changed is that an equation still had 2.5 in it. Without knowing that the graph had been changed, people thought this was just a typo. Richard Petrasso initially thought the same, but fortunately for him, he happened to have friends who worked at Nature who had seen the original graph, and they let him know that the peak had changed. Now, Petrasso thinks that there is something highly suspicious going on, but beyond that, the new graph had other problems. For one, it was far too zoomed in. Sure, there may be something at 2.22, but unless you can see the full range of energies, you can't tell if it's a signal or if it's noise. The shape of the peak also looked weird. It's about half as wide as it should be. And there are distinct features that were missing to the left of the peak. There should be a slope known as the Compton edge. And even further left, there should be a bump known as the first escape peak. The Pons and Fleischmann graph lacked both of those. Petrasso wondered if there was a copy of the full spectrum somewhere. Luckily for him, Pons and Fleischmann had let a bunch of Utah news stations come in and film their lab. And so, he went and scoured every news clip he could find until he found a clip from CNN. In it was a computer screen with the full spectrum. Because he knows exactly where the peaks for potassium and thallium should be, Petrasso was able to scale the rest of the spectrum. And lo and behold, when he looked for the so-called fusion peak, it was at 2.5 and not 2.22. Petrasso began phoning people at U of U to get more info. He even sent a student to Salt Lake City just to see if any more news channels had more footage. Marvin Hawkins confirmed to Petrasso that the peak was originally measured at 2.5. But he wasn't the only person who backed that up. Pons had needed help with the gamma ray measurements, and so he had asked a medical radiation physicist named Robert Hoffman to perform them. In fact, Hoffman, just like Hawkins, had his name left off the paper at the last minute, a move that felt like a personal slight. After the press conference, Hoffman refused to work with Pons and Fleischmann ever again. Hoffman later ran some new tests and came to the conclusion that an issue with the preamplifier in the circuit caused artifacts in his spectrum. He wrote a letter on April 27th to Pons where he stated that there was no evidence for anything at 2.2 and that the 2.5 peak was an artifact. He was essentially retracting his data from their paper despite being left off as an author. Petrasso was outraged. With no explanation, Pons and Fleischmann appeared to have fabricated a critical piece of evidence. He began to write a paper lambasting them, which he would later submit to Nature. He was reportedly so angry about this that the original draft of his letter was so emotional he needed a colleague to help him tone it down. Nature will reach out to Pons for comment, and after he doesn't reply for weeks, they gave him a deadline. His response was apparently so volatile, Nature declined to publish it. Petrasso's paper.
I was just going to let this finish. There's a couple people watching. I figured we'd watch it through till the end. I'm gonna eat dinner and then probably get horizontal after that. But yeah, I'm gonna keep the stream going.
It's you know, like this is now. Do you see why I like what this guy does? Right?
Oh yeah. He's given me a bunch of ideas about how to, approach, I guess, late stage capitalism's effect on the art medium that is industry? Gaming. Yeah, on the art medium. Games is an art medium, Right.
Well, not even just game, but like art in general. I'm sure there's I mean, dude, like you could literally. I'm confident that you could literally create a YouTube channel around that alone, right? Like how the societal pressures and things that exist in our system affects art, right? In art for the sake of art versus art for for monetization, right? And
the difference, the big difference between like the indie developers right now and the AAA developers are that all of the, I guess all of like the, I lost my train of thought. It's late.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I don't know. It'll come back to me. But yeah.
Are you familiar with Bellular News?
Bellular News? No, I am not.
I'm not subscribed to them, but I will occasionally watch a video. They make they make videos kind of reporting on the games industry.
Yeah. How do you spell the channel name?
I'm gonna send you their latest video that I watched 2 minutes of earlier, and then things hit the fan, and I couldn't do it.
Oh, gotcha.
So that way you could, yeah. I'm not gonna make you look it up. I'm just gonna send it to you. And if anyone else out there is following along, it is Bellular. They are. I think they've made their own game, right? But they report on the games industry pretty extensively. So I think they have their own platform and stuff. Yeah, they have their own games, but I don't know what the hell.
I remembered what I was going to say. It is the difference, the difference between the indie and most indie devs are smaller studios, and then the AAA developers are. The AAA developers are making a product. The indie folks are still making a game.
Yeah, that is an excellent approach to it. Yes, you're absolutely correct. Right.
Right.
You're absolutely correct.
When you're writing the requirements for the video game, it should be something like an engaging, fun play loop. It shouldn't be make sure there's monetization store available in the menus. You know what I mean?
Oh, dude!
When you're writing your list of requirements, and your big list of requirements has to deal with like the monetization and all that kind of stuff, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah.
Worry about the game and the art first, and then worry about trying to make money on it. You can't. You can't. If you don't have a good game, people aren't going to play it. So,
another good example of. Another good thing that you might want to take a look at, and I'll see if I can find it for you, is because I've spoken of Satisfactory in the past, right?
Yeah.
They Coffee Stain, right? I think they're a good studio / publisher. They made. It wasn't until after the release of 1.0 that I was watching some. I'll have to see if I'll have to see if I can dig it up for you. I remember watching this one video of that they did about the game, where they're talking about they had they created like the first version of it, right before they went to early access. Sorry, it's been a long day, and
I get it. Yeah, I ran out of steam about 2 hours ago. I get it.
Yeah, but they talked about. I remember they were talking about it clearly that they had kind of had a different idea in mind for the direction of the game, and it was through kind of like those initial play tests and letting people experiment with it and everything, and the game ended up going in a different direction, and I think they had said something to the effect of, but it's better for it, right?
Right.
So.
Yeah, I'm touching on that too. Like the AAA studios are doing waterfall development, and it's like, why? Why are you building 70% of the game and then getting
and I think I heard you previously mention about agile development before too, right? Mm-hmm. Like and related to that.
Yeah, like Minecraft.
Sure. Though I mean, the alpha version was only I think it was just nuts, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we should all be so lucky to write a game that sells for $1 billion.
That's right.
I'll go retire now in solitude. Bye, everybody.
Right.
I mean, God. Who? Oh man. The last comment I got before, because I would like to finish this too, and I'm sure other people would also, and you probably don't want me just chatting away. There is in the book, the book came out about 2010 or 2011 called Scrum, SCRUM, like Scrum, like one of the forms of Agile and everything.
Yeah, I read it.
And okay, yeah, okay. Oh, then you should remember. From that I recall that where they're talking about waterfall or using Gantt charts and everything, and how that methodology is just typically very flawed, right? And in reference to it, there's only they reference that there's a single organization that anyone is aware of that has successfully been able to implement Gantt charts and waterfall methodology and maintain a timeline. And that organization is NASA. and if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be a huge organization of engineers and scientists that are cautious and going to it's just hilarious. But there's just so many life lessons from this dead grad student problem video, that people can apply to so many other things, right? Don't work in a bubble, right? Get outside information, check your assumptions, right?
Is published on May 18th. It will be a crushing blow to
This is me not on mute. We're gonna resume this for the viewers to finish up this video. The dead grad student problem.
Fleischmann's credibility, an indisputable smoking gun. Gary Triggs will later attempt to block the paper, but this amounts to little more than idle threats. But Petrasso's paper wouldn't matter. That's one of the ironies of this story. Scientists knew just how damning the gamma rays were, but to the media, it was just one of a dozen other criticisms flying around. Really, the media only paid attention an entire year later, when a book by Frank Close exposed the behind-the-scenes shenanigans, and he heavily implied fraud, or at least as far as the UK libel law allowed him to.
I then spoke to Marvin Hawkins, the graduate student, and he didn't know either. And I said, let's get this straight. I said, it's clear that a peak was measured at 2.5. There are 4 people involved in this experiment. Fleischmann doesn't know how it's moved. Hoffman doesn't know how it's moved. Now you're telling me that you don't know how it's moved. And he said, I think you've got the picture now.
But by that point, it didn't matter. Cold fusion had been dead for a year.
5 laboratories have successfully repeated the experiment. 6 others have failed.
Tonight, other scientists at MIT and elsewhere are saying they have evidence suggesting there was no fusion.
For now, at least, the skeptics seem to outnumber the believers in the San Francisco Bay Area, where so many top-ranked scientists work.
And a Duke scientist says the problem with Pons and Fleischmann's work is that it amounts to sloppy science versus reproducible science. Two groups of scientists at the University of Michigan announced today that they have found no evidence to confirm claims of a fusion reaction.
But back here in this country, a spokesman for the Los Alamos labs is denying earlier reports that scientists there were close to repeating the experiment.
Weeks earlier, lab after lab announced that they had confirmed part of cold fusion. But by now, just as many labs had declared the exact opposite. They couldn't see enough neutrons, tritium, or any gamma rays. For physicists, any of those three would be the gold standard proof of fusion, and yet they did not see them. But for chemists, the most compelling piece of evidence had always been the calorimetry, the heat. After all, if we go all the way back to 1985, we have the original piece of evidence that was so convincing, so unambiguous, that it swayed both Pons and Fleischmann into believing they had seen something nuclear. The mythical meltdown. A 1 centimeter cube of palladium had melted and left a hole in the lab bench and concrete. They could think of no chemical reaction that could cause so much damage, produce so much heat. It had to be nuclear. But the thing is, no one actually witnessed the event itself. All we know is that the cube melted. By this point, plenty of theories had been put forward that weren't so mythical. If you have a partially enclosed container that is slowly being filled with oxygen and hydrogen gas, and a bunch of it leaks out of the palladium all at once, all you'd need was a rogue spark, and you'd go up like the Hindenburg. And as we saw before, at least 2 labs, Livermore in California and North Carolina U, called off their experiments because they had explosions. And their conclusions were that they had accidentally caused traditional chemical explosions. Nothing nuclear about it. Pons and Fleischmann have said repeatedly they could not think of a single non-nuclear explanation for the heat that they saw. They'd had 5 years to ponder this issue. Maybe they just lacked imagination. Even besides the meltdown, Pons and Fleischmann said that they had seen 300% excess heat. 4 watts out for every 1 watt in. It was those numbers that made the news. Those numbers that convinced the world the era of fossil fuels may come to an end far sooner than expected. But there was at least one chemist, one electrochemist in fact, who seriously doubted those numbers as well. Nathan Lewis was a 33-year-old professor at Caltech, with a solid reputation among his peers, especially for his age. Chuck Martin, a friend of both him and Stanley Pons, said, quote, "I'm not as young as Nate, and nobody's as smart as Nate." He called him, quote, "one of the most fiercely competitive son of a bitches you'll ever meet." On March 23rd, when cold fusion was announced to the world, Chuck Martin had phoned Lewis's wife and frantically told her to record it on CNN. Nate absolutely needed to see this. Lewis's group at Caltech had been trying to replicate cold fusion since day one. Initially, Lewis let his postdocs do most of the work, as at first he was highly skeptical. He told them they were allowed at most a single day. But after talking to some peers and hearing more about Pons and Fleischmann, he figured maybe there was something to this. Quote, "They're a little flaky, but they're not crazy. I don't know what to think." What really got him interested was talking to a Caltech physicist named Steve Koonin, who told him about the extremely similar work by Steve Jones at BYU, who was known to be a fusion expert. The scandalous backstory there wasn't public yet, so to Lewis, this seemed like 2 groups independently stumbling onto the same thing. And so he directed his group to try and take a real crack at this thing. As the frenzy around cold fusion grew, Lewis's team grew to 15 chemists and physicists working side by side. Their neutron detector was around 100,000 times more sensitive than the one used in the Utah work. But they could only do so much when the paper lacked experimental details. There was no calibration data for the calorimeter. In fact, the paper didn't list even a single temperature reading. It only reported results in terms of watts of power. Lewis had personally emailed Pons asking for more info, even just a preprint of the paper. Pons called him and was friendly, but said he'd have to wait for a copy. Lewis asked for anything, just anything he could give him, and Pons only gave him a cryptic warning. Quote, "Be careful. We've had explosions. I don't want you to hurt yourself. I want you to be careful." As for what to avoid, Pons only offered this: avoid high current and sharp edges. Lewis and his group would have to push forward using their best guesses. Weeks go by and they see nothing, and through the grapevine, they hear about some folks at MIT who think the gamma ray data is highly suspect. Lewis is convinced that this has all been a wild goose chase.
This is the Caltech cold fusion group, which of course was one of the major anti-groups.
But even at this point, he wasn't willing to go public against it yet. Steve Koonin had invited him to speak at the upcoming American Physical Society meeting in Baltimore. This was going to be the physics equivalent of the Woodstock level meeting in Dallas. Lewis initially declined the offer, but one night he stayed up late to watch the congressional hearing on C-SPAN. It was there he saw the University of Utah ask for $25 million for unproven research. And it was also where Fleischmann divulged a piece of information that had not been public before. A comment so innocuous that no one in the room caught its significance. But Lewis did. And it was so offensive that he decided he couldn't sit back anymore. He phoned Steve Koonin back. He was going to speak in Baltimore, after all. Dallas had managed to attract 7,000 chemists into a basketball arena. APS in Baltimore would manage just 2,000. It is no Woodstock, and some likened it more to a political convention, but it will still go down as the stuff of legends. Steve Koonin gave one of the more memorable talks, and he had a dry sense of humor that played well on TV. Quote, "One could theorize about how pigs would behave if they had wings, but pigs don't have wings." He had been running computer simulations to see just how likely it was that deuterium would fuse at room temperature. He found that even with a deuterium ball the same size as the sun, only one fusion was likely to occur in an entire year. To end his talk, he did not mince words.
Theoretically, I would say that the BYU results are dubious, but not impossible. My conclusion is that the current situation is gloomy, but not yet terminal, and one needs a few more sensitive experiments to decide what's going on. Let me then turn to the Utah experiments. My conclusion, based on my experience, my knowledge of nuclear physics, and my intuition, is that the experiments are just wrong, and that we're suffering from the incompetence and perhaps delusion of Drs. Pons and Fleischmann.
Now, by the standards of an academic conference, Koonin had dropped a bomb. But this was still a toned-down version of what he'd wanted to say. The Caltech lawyers had told him that whatever he did, he couldn't use the word fraud. He had warmed up the crowd, and they were hungry for the killing blow. In Koonin's words, if he had hit a triple, then Lewis was about to hit a home run.
Well, Steve, you really shook him up. Steve knows something about the experiments I'm going to tell you about, so he's a little justified. There are two pieces of news. One, I'm a chemist. Two, I'm an objective scientist.
He starts out with the questions many in the audience had been asking. Where are the neutrons? Where is the tritium? He also gets a small jab in about the gamma rays.
We never saw anything above the background. And to prove that to you, I'll show you the foreground, and I'll show you the whole spectrum, not just one peak. And you see that we basically, if anything, see a little bit of negative peak in the 2.2 region.
But soon, he'd move on to the real issue in his area of specialty, the calorimetry, the heat.
Let's turn to heat. Heat is confusing to almost everyone, including almost all of my electrochemical friends, and I will try to walk you through this and you will be shocked. Okay? Guaranteed.
Calorimetry is not as simple as pumping in electricity and seeing the change in the water's temperature. You need to measure how fast the water is heating up. Accurate calorimetry needs a closed system. You have a box, and you make sure no heat is entering or leaving that box without being accounted for. Notably, the Pons and Fleischmann cells were open-topped, and since electrolysis of heavy water generates deuterium and oxygen gas, it's fair to assume that not all of it will be absorbed by the palladium, and some of it may escape the cell into the rest of the lab. Now, this is not inherently flawed as a setup. In fact, compared to a closed cell, this is a much safer design that reduces the risk of explosions. As long as you're keeping track of the gases leaving the cell, your calculations can still be accurate. But Lewis argued that Pons and Fleischmann's math only worked out if you assumed that 100% of the gases escaped. However, in reality, some percentage of the gases will recombine back into the water, injecting small bursts of heat into the system. Lewis argued they had no way to prove That wasn't happening. Another flaky assumption was that the temperature in the cell was uniform. Lewis argued that the cells could easily have hot and cold spots. Even something as simple as stirring or using multiple thermometers would help eliminate potential errors. Lewis gets a major laugh when he explains how his team got the dimensions for the fusion cell.
We built an exact cell as best we could from all the press photos that we had of the Pons-Fleischmann cell. We measured the ratio of their wrist to their arm and got a good scale length. And we built the cell.
But by far the biggest bomb dropped during Lewis's presentation was the realization he had while watching Pons and Fleischmann on C-SPAN.
Where do these last numbers come from? The 4 to 1 and 10 to 1. By the way, these last two numbers, the biggest two, are calculated in error even by their own formulas. This 1224 should really be only 306, and this 286 should really be 143. But that's not the real part. If you read the congressional record and you look on C-SPAN, I told them that we knew this, and they didn't reply to me.
It is this moment right here.
One of the results which I'll show you, one of the sets of calculations which I'll show you on the next slide, and is really a hypothetical energy release. I'd stress that because it involves the recalculation of our data.
And he said it so casually, so quickly before moving on to another point that no one caught what he meant. But he had just admitted that the heat values, the 1 watt in and the 4 watts out, weren't measured directly. They were theoretical.
But Fleischmann pointed out, if you read it very closely, that the third column numbers were hypothetical, and he knew that we knew that. So he did point it out for the first time in public last Wednesday.
They had measured a palladium rod that was 1.25 centimeters long. But through some scaling process they did not explain, they extrapolated this result to a 10 centimeter long rod. So in their extrapolation, they could get 300% excess heat, but their average measured value was only 27%. Obviously, that's still in the green, but compared
They're just making shit up.
to 300%, this was a much, much smaller number, which meant there was plenty of room for error in the calorimetry.
And instead of dividing it by the total power in, they divided it by an imaginary quantity. The current times an assumed voltage, half a volt. Not the voltages they measured, just the voltage they assumed. All of these were this numerator divided by this fixed, arbitrarily chosen voltage. And so those numbers in the third column were scaled based on this arbitrary choice of half a volt. And that's where the 4 to 1 and 10 to 1 that are reported in their paper come from. I just want to make sure that that is clear. We have no evidence for neutrons. We have no evidence for gamma rays above background. We have no evidence for tritium production at any reasonable rates. We have no evidence for ambient helium, above ambient. And we have no evidence for any excess enthalpy in our measurements.
As soon as he finishes, the applause is roaring. It lasts an entire minute. Lewis himself said that he felt like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Lewis had spoken quickly and with confidence, and he had plenty of quips to share with the media.
This experiment hasn't been reproduced by any national laboratory or any university yet without a good football team.
The Lewis talk was so devastating that around half the audience left the conference immediately after. An organizer tried to get them back to work, meaning they had more talks to listen to. One person shouted back, "We are getting back to work." Pons and Fleischmann, despite an extended invitation, declined to attend Baltimore. They were right to avoid it. An editor for Nature, David Lindley, called the conference, quote, "a hanging party lacking only its intended victims." Notably, Steve Jones did accept an invitation. If you remember, it was an abstract he had submitted to APS in February mentioning cold fusion that had kicked off this entire chain of events. By now, his set of talking points was locked in. His dollar versus the national debt. The flower growing versus the tree. He'd also taken the time to practice some limericks, poking fun at Pons and Fleischmann.
Last night upon the stair, I saw a man who wasn't there. He wasn't there again today. Oh, how I wish he'd go away.
I have no idea what this means. The rehearsed nature of his talking points helped to cover up the fact that he was extremely stressed from all the public attention and criticism. He was still being accused of stealing the idea, and was no doubt covering his bases with BYU's lawyers. One reporter from the LA Times said that Jones had lost 13 pounds in the past few weeks from stress. Still keen to assert himself as the rational cold fusion discoverer, at a panel of 9, including himself, he proposed a show of hands vote as to whether the group believed Pons and Fleischmann's results were real. The vote went 8-1 against. When he asked the same question about his own work,
take it easy, New Fever, we're almost done.
6 in his favor, 3 against. His neutron rate of just 2 per hour was so low, some thought he had just measured a cosmic ray burst and was deluding himself. Others found his presentation tacky, a chance to grandstand with Pons and Fleischmann being absent. He even showed off his legally notarized logbook pages, which made him seem more interested in patent rights than figuring out any scientific truth.
Some of the physicists who've heard Jones use that analogy say they don't think the sprout is a tree or a flower. They think it's a weed.
This was still the Pons and Fleischmann show, and Jones's attempts to redirect the spotlight were floundering. The APS conference threw a wet blanket all over Washington.
Today, White House Chief of Staff John Sununu was supposed to meet with U of U fusion chemist Stanley Pons, but Sununu canceled. To top it off, the House Science Committee was supposed to visit Pons' lab next week, but today the committee canceled.
When we look back on the history of this scandal, most point to Nathan Lewis's talk as the fatal blow. But many scientists had already chosen sides by this point. In an audience of mainly physicists, he was just reinforcing a view that many of them already believed. He wasn't the first to come out against, nor was he the most famous or even the most vocal. His presentation, while more interesting than your typical academic talk, would quickly bore the average person. Maybe part of it is that it feels satisfying in a dramatic sense. Here came a fellow electrochemist, willing to speak out against 2 of his peers. By the end of the night, CNN was running the story, and the tide was beginning to turn.
Scientists meeting in Baltimore have declared cold fusion studies at the University of Utah dead.
I think it's improbable in the Jones case, but not impossible. I believe that it's impossible in the Utah case. Either there's some secret ingredient or some uncontrolled variables that they're not telling us about, or B, that it's wrong. I'd put my bets on the latter right now.
The number of experiments that have been done in the University of Utah is very few. I mean, it's incredible in 5.5 years they've done so little.
Tens of millions of dollars are at stake, dear sister and brother, because some scientists put a thermometer at one place and not another.
The Times remarked, the government would do better to put the money on a horse.
Whether you want to attribute it to Baltimore or the public's short attention span, the media decided that as of early May, cold fusion fever was over. Lewis's talk was held on May 1st. This graph of articles on a week-by-week basis shows that there was a massive plummet the week following the conference. And despite a small spike the week after, interest had died by June and would never recover.
It hit the cover of Business Week, Time and Newsweek in the first week of May '89, and I was told that this was the first time the same story had been on the front cover of all these since Kennedy's assassination.
This is the last time cold fusion will receive this level of mainstream spotlight. Only local Utah media will continue to cover it with any consistency. But as one physicist said at the time, the corpse of cold fusion will probably continue to twitch for a while. I don't think he realized just how bang on he was. Hey, are you dying to see the end of the trilogy? Like right now? Well, you can watch it early on Nebula. Nebula is the creator-owned streaming service.
Okay, there we go. We made it all the way through. I maybe should have just cut it off, but people were actually in the stream watching and stuff, so I wanted to get all the way through it. You folks have a wonderful night. I will be back at this tomorrow, and tomorrow we will not skip over exercising, which I think I did that today, but we'll hold ourselves accountable and work out tomorrow. So thanks everybody for hanging out on the stream. I'll see you tomorrow.